growing our own food. But if you need to buy fertilizer, pesticides, all these things from other countries, we're not really a localized economy. It's very important for networking. I think there are three things that I want to say. You must have a mentor, a coach, and a sponsor. The sponsor is going to be the person who speaks about you in rooms you are not even in. The mentor is going to be the road sign. He's going to guide you. The coach is the one who's with you when you're paving your own road. So networking is very important. Even MSMEs that join together, it helps a lot. Because you guys can be each other's customers, you can be each other's suppliers, and you start building from there. It's okay to dream big, but you need to start small, and you need to act now. That is all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Freddie, for that. Any questions for him? Do we have any questions? All right. Please do let us know, introduce yourself as you give the question.
Hello, good morning. My name is Donaldson Molome. I'm a student at Sesretse Khama Junior Secondary School.
Yes,
So before I ask my question, I'd like to thank you for that wonderful presentation.
sir.
Seeing people like you innovate, make starting new businesses, motivates young people like me, children like me, to
Yeah.
push harder and continue with my academics.
Yeah.
So my question is about Fema Vita. So I'm seeing that you're aiming for small farmers, right? So I want to know how much do you think this Fema Vita will cost?
Okay. So Firma Vita itself is for this bottle alone, I sell it at 200. So the idea is that this, you dissolve it in water, and then you keep it that side. You keep it where you normally store it, and you use it for your fertigation, for your foliar spray. So we are trying to be cost effective. Organic fertilizer is very expensive in two aspects. It's very expensive to make because most composting technologies are very slow. They're very slow. Composting can take 3 to 6 months before you can even get your product. And even during that time, it can even spoil, and then the whole thing is wasted. The second part, it's also very expensive to store. Like I said before, organic fertilizers are very not you before this. I would always store organic fertilizers, a lot of it, like a bunch of 25 liters into a storage area. I have to build a storage area, keep it there. But if you have something small like this, you don't even have to build a shack. You can just leave it somewhere in the storage room where you keep your feed and everything. You don't need to build something big just for that. And you don't even have to transport. You don't even have to carry a wheelbarrow just to move around 20 liters. You can just hold it like this and then use it. So we aim to be cost effective. Of course, 200 looks like why, but if you look at other fertilizers, would you rather buy this or something that's like 20 liters, which is around maybe like 600 bucks? We're trying to be cost effective, and we're trying to make natural farming very viable for farmers, because the EU and America are trying to buy produce from Africa. Of course, before, it was resources for diamonds and everything, but now they want, resources, because Africa has a very untapped potential in land. So we need to preserve that land and we need to start producing so that we are able to make organic farming. If people can't sell here, at least they should sell overseas. And that's what we are trying to do. We're trying to make organic farming cost effective and a very easy venture for anyone to start. Have I answered your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any other? Last one? Yela go bua le ena on the sidelines. Wow. Okay. That's fine. So you have a lot of conversations readied up. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. Oh,
Oh, you have a question?
Okay, not more so a question about the product, but where can we find you? If someone does want to buy it, where can we get it? Where can we find you on social media as well? Are you on LinkedIn?
okay. So this product, unfortunately, I'm not yet in stores because of the appearance of the container. But I am available here in Gaborone, extension 3, plot 103. I've brought some flyers, so I can just bring them out and give everyone here. But LinkedIn, I'm there under Freddy KL Rakwadi, and I'm open to networking and bringing this thing to the whole of sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you very much. Oh, there's another question? Okay.
It was
Hello, my name is Ryan Marumo. I'm from SSK. My friend here asked the cost. Now I'm gonna ask Jorge, does this product have a time limit of its effectiveness, or is just a long-term product, or so?
okay. Good question. So this product can last for a year. You can store it for a year, and then you can. After that, the viability goes down. But let me tell you the thing about organic fertilizers. The thing that makes it go bad is that the beneficial bacteria, fungus that helps the soil, they stop being active. So they basically kind of go to sleep. They can wake up in the soil, but that takes time, and that's why a lot of farmers have a problem with them. Is that organic fertilizers release nutrients very slow. But I'm trying to change that with this to bring a concentrated solution to organic farming and also make it better for all of us.
Okay, thank you. I also like to ask that the chemicals in this product, are any of them harmful, or they're all eco-friendly?
Good question. So this product is basically fermented leaves. It's basically just leaves in a bucket for a long time, and then you get this. So of course the technology itself, I've patented it. It's my own technology. It's something I innovated based on what was already there, composting itself. So I've filed the utility model, and there's 0 additives. I didn't add anything to make it stronger, to do anything. This is just natural fertilizer.
Okay. I would also like to see if this product were to go globally, or have a higher value, what would be like? Would the cost change, or would you just still sell it for the same cost? Because I know if it were to go to a higher section in the economic value, you might actually change the price, or will it stay the same?
That's no. It's a good question. It's a good question, but normally when you look at costs, you look at there's a thing called unit economics. Basically, how much it costs to make a product. Now, normally when you start, it's very expensive to do so, but when you start getting bigger and start automating a few systems, it becomes a lot cheaper. So hopefully, I will sell it at a cheaper price in future.
Hi, my name is Masero. I have a question.
Um,
I've realized with organic fertilizers, there's a problem of consistency in terms of your NPK ratios, nitrogen, phosphorus, magnesium. How are you curbing that problem? In terms of, let's say you have batch A and batch B, how will you know that the NPK ratios are the same in both batches in terms of consistency?
okay. Thank you, and that's actually a good question. So let me just say this. Organic matter is not the same. You'll find that some tomatoes have more iron, some have less iron, some have more magnesium, some don't, right? But the idea when you look at normally when people make fertilizers organic, the idea is that you have to bring a balance. So when you bring, let's say when you compost at home, you bring leftover scraps. Your leaves will have more carbon. Your tomatoes will have more water. So you have a lot of calcium, a lot of things that are dissolved there. And then you've got your bones. The bones, they have more phosphorus, they have more calcium there. So it really depends. It's not really the same throughout. And the way I look at it is that as long as you consistently test, it should be a good thing at the end of the day.
All right. Thank you very much once again for your engagement. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Freddie,
thank
for
you.
that one. A round of applause. Awesome. You have a question. We have to go for tea. Hopefully, we'll get it right right when we get back. Yes, you'll have a one-on-one with him. I do know. How does Mola Lishai? How does one go that's when Hotanel like, right? But you can have the conversations on the sideline, and if we do have him the whole day, we can have Q&A going on the rest of the day. With that, we're going for tea break, and then when we come back, we'll come continue with the rest of the program. This time around, we're having tea break where we had lunch upstairs. Yeah. All right. We can break. The time is exactly 20 past 10. I'm just going to be giving us 10 to 15 minutes. So by 10:40, we should be seated. Yeah? 10:40, we are seated. Right? Thank you very much.
Don't you rush, my baby, slow down. Come find your love. I'm hoping you see me. Come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Hello. I'm glad we're back, but we didn't keep the time. So we'll do better at lunch, I guess. Kana if Killens are late, that's when we will comply. What should we do? How should we go about it? We'll do better at lunch. I should trust and believe that. Okay, great. I'd just like uh, for those sitting in the middle, if we can just fill up like a chair in front of you, please, so that it's not. Thank you very much. As we do that, we will be getting into a panel discussion. And please, as we do reiterate this morning, let's engage, let's engage, let's engage, right? So we will be talking about building a just transition from the different fields of the panelists that we will be having today. And I will call them forth as they'll be joining me for us to start the panel discussion. Again, I did mention earlier, if your neighbor is not around, just let them know that today is a different day. There's goodies for everyone. And if you're not here, that means you missed out or you're missing out, right? So that they should come through. Yeah? So please tell your neighbors to come through before LCOY Day 2 closes up. So as part of my panel, I have Me Warabile. I don't want to butcher your surname. Lefadola. Yes. Mewa Arabile Lefadola, who is representing Sustain Biz Consulting and is an ESG expert. Let's give her a round of applause, please. And then we also have, as part of my panel, Me Tinaye Mabara, who is a climate activist. I do remember yesterday, you were talking, you had somebody about Eco Girl on TikTok. There was somebody who was talking about that person, right? So Tinaye is that person. So a round of applause, please, for her. Great. So, okay, thank you very much. You can give my panel the mic, and we will get right into the conversation. A very good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Oh, is it? Okay, so morning.
Good morning.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Please just introduce yourself. Let us know what you do, just so that we can all be acquainted with what you do in the room tonight. You can go.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in this panel. I'm so excited that this is my first LCOY. Yeah, so it's very exciting for me. My name is Tinaye, as she's already said. I also go by Eco Girl Africa. I create content around sustainability and climate education. I co-founded Bukamuso Resilience Initiative with Buitumelo over there, where we basically are working to expand we're working to further climate education in Botswana, also intersecting it with policy advocacy. So I do a lot of stuff around sustainability, but I'm hoping that we can get to talk about it as we go along. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Tinai, for that. Warabile, you can let us know ESG space, sustainability, consulting. What is it all about? Let us know more about what you do.
Okay. Good morning again, everyone. My name is Warabile Lefadola, like she said. I'm the ESG advisor and trainer at Sustainability Consulting, where we basically trying to push for sustainable enterprising, where we capacitate businesses, be it small or corporate, on integrating ESG principles into their daily running of the organizations. I'm also an environmental scientist. I graduated from BUST. It's nice to see somebody from BUST that is standing up motho wa kgantela a ha presentation. It's nice to see gore no
we're not just sitting expecting opportunities to come to us. We are creating opportunities for ourselves. So, yeah, that is Warabile.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for the panelists, please. I will take it to Arabile in understanding the ESG and its principles. How do you then see it practical to have industries ensure the transition to a low carbon economy and not only sustainable but also just?
Um, Speaking on the aspect of ESG, we're trying to now move from the thinking.
Can you
co-
hear?
We're trying to move from the thinking of just talking about the environmental aspect. So the just transition should incorporate all the three aspects, which in which ESG, it stands for environment, social, and governance. The E standing the environment that we know, and then the S being the people. So and then the G speaking to the governance. How we do things. So having moving in a just transition, it means we're incorporating all these three elements. We're putting people up front. We're not just considering the environment just alone there, but we're considering everyone who is part of that environment. So, with capacitating companies, we're now saying, okay, in the space that you're operating, don't just consider, say, okay, this is what we're doing to address the negative impact that we're having on the environment itself. But what are you doing to elevate the lives of the people in that community? So you have to have that as well in your business strategies. It has to come out clearly saying, okay, this is what we're doing to uplift the livelihoods of the people that we're operating in. And then in the sense of the G now, we say you have to operate in a manner which is transparent. You're doing things the right way, don't cut corners, so that your business becomes even more sustainable. Yeah.
That's really good. I think it ties into what was spoken about yesterday, that we don't need to leave anyone behind.
Exactly.
And I love that you're emphasizing that even in strategy, we are talking including people in the long run. Tinae, you are both the climate activist. I'm still going to reiterate because a lot of things that you do were mentioned yesterday in your absence. Eco Girl was mentioned in your absence. Gaio was mentioned in your absence. And I'd like to know that from a perspective of being a young activist and really pushing climate action and advocacy, how then do you ensure that climate action, it's really, there's that fairness to it for communities dependent on fossil fuels or vulnerable livelihoods? How do we make sure that urgent climate action is is really fair? Because we even mentioned yesterday that no, but even though we're going green, we should include those who are working in those mine or those coal industries. Let's teach them what going green is so that we don't leave them behind. So, as a climate activist, how do we ensure that communities dependent in these livelihoods are included and they understand the urgency of climate action?
Thank you so much for that question. So, before I get into that, I think I just wanted to also bring your attention to the fact that issues relating to just transitions, issues relating to energy, resources, incorporate a lot of proxy wars that we're seeing happening, unfolding in our world today. We look at the issues relating to the planned and the systematic genocide in Palestine, in Sudan, in the DR Congo, And specifically with the DR Congo, this is exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about resources. We're talking about the resources that are powering this very just transition. Sorry, the transition, not just. The very transition we speak of is being powered using minerals coming from countries like the DR Congo. And it's really affecting the people there. So I just wanted us to also center ourselves in the fact that the conversation about justice and the transition cascades to some of these places that are not in our immediate environment, but we need to think about them. Because even though it's good for us to move to renewable energies at a very large scale, we also need to center ourselves in the fact that there are a lot of people that are paying for this transition and not benefiting from it. So anyway, from a climate justice perspective, the climate action that we want in regards to the transition to renewables is that we are calling for clean energy, but we're also doing this specifically targeting the 1%, right? The corporations that have benefited from fossils, the corporations that knew 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 100 years ago that they're going to contribute to climate change as we know it, but they still went ahead and exploited these resources. So those are the people who are calling for, because they did it they continue to do it. They continue to expand. They continue to do deep sea mining. They continue to look for these fossils, even though they know that they've contributed to climate change as we know it. So when we speak about from a climate justice perspective, those are the people we're targeting first and foremost. It would be very unreasonable for us to go magaeng when they don't have electricity, right? So nearly 600 million people, I'm sure this was brought up yesterday, but 600 million people here in Africa don't have access to electricity, basic electricity. But we're already talking about transitioning to renewable energies. So I think that when we have these conversations, we should always speak to the realities of our communities. You understand? So those are some of the things that I think about, and I think our voices need to be targeted at the relevant people. It's okay for us to do education and tell people about the importances of the transition, but it's also unjust for us to then place a heavy expectation on people that don't have the resources to go into the just transition, to leapfrog. And hear me well, I'm not saying that Africa isn't capable of leapfrogging, because we have the raw materials that are needed for this transition. But it's in the name. We speak about a just transition because we're saying that how are we going to bring these communities with us? We're going to do education, yes, but we also need technical capacity. We also need to invest to make sure we're not leaving them behind, in the sense that we're going to have conversations about just transition. We're going to be like unrealistic expectation is going to be placed on us by developed countries, because just last year alone we were able to run the UK on there was a day, I think last year, they were able to run completely on renewable energies. But what they don't also tell us is the fact that they buy dirty energy from next door, from Europe, you understand? So I think I just wanted to open with that, to say that when we have conversations about the just transition and the fairness of it in regards to communities, ourselves, I think we should judge ourselves very fairly. We shouldn't place unrealistic expectations on ourselves first and foremost, and we should have targeted anger at the people that have contributed to our problems, and do not take the action that is needed for us to move forward. Thank you.
Right. Yes, that's great. I'm just gonna note, please do have your questions ready. I'm just going on another round with them, but then I'll be opening up some questions from the audience. Yeah. Back to Mewa Rabile. I'd like to then hear from your side and your perspective in terms of the role of investors. You were talking about strategy and including that in strategy, but then how do we what is the role for the investors and businesses what role do they play in ensuring that the benefits of the green economy reach vulnerable groups and not just corporations, or it's not just in their strategy and it's not something that they speak of, say, oh no, we went to this place and we talked about, and then we went to pick later. It's part of our strategy. But how do we make sure that the economy is actually reached, the vulnerable groups? Say, if there's a mine say in Lesakane, how do we ensure, what is the role of the investors, what's the role of government to make sure that that area is really impacted by those things that we're putting in blueprint, but implementation is really far off?
Okay. Thank you for that question. Um, Firstly, as investors or businesses, for you to address a problem, it has to come from somebody who is feeling it. So, stakeholder engagement is very important, because if you don't do that thoroughly, you are bound to make a decision which is not favorable for that particular person. So it's very important that you do your background checks to make sure that whatever initiative you're putting up front, it's something you have co-created with the beneficiaries themselves. So the other day we attended the DBS sustainability report launch for 2025. They gave some examples of the work that they do. You have in place from an investor point, you get to experience that there's a lot of fronting, where now you have all these opportunities being cascaded to youth or women, but are they really going to those people? Now it's your responsibility as an investor or as a business who is trying to help out, to make sure that all the said beneficiaries are actually the ones who are getting um, that assistance. So what they do is they do that background checking. They go on ground. You don't just float around a tender or saying we're opening this opportunity for youth. You can just come through, drop your applications, and then you sit down, you assess all those applications, and then you say, okay, no, I think we can go with this one. But do you really know that person you are deciding to go with? Do you know them? Is what they have put on paper really what is happening? Waban. So it's our responsibility as investors to do those checks. Yeah, and engaging is very important. So le rona hela ba e leng goreng we want to benefit from those things, we should make ourselves visible. We should make ourselves visible. Keep fighting. Don't give in or no go nna go benefita bo semamang. So what's the point? And also, if you see such things happening, be vocal about them. Don't just sit and say in your little corner and say, it's just I'm going to say it out loud, nothing is going to be done. Just have that faith, ya gore eventually your voice will land in the right ears and things will shift for the better.
That's true. A round of applause for her. I love how we're still talking of the issue of saying one size doesn't really fit all. And that's something that we even talked about yesterday. So to say include the indigenous communities, don't bring something from the West and say it has to work in the country, and having that.
Yeah, like we're speaking to intergenerational linkage. So when somebody earlier said It's not like what has been done before doesn't work. We just need to now bridge that gap and merge what was happening back then and what is happening now. The older generation have a lot to offer. They have a lot we can learn from, but now as youth, we are there to now try to innovate and see how what they were doing before us can work in the now. So that is also very important.
All right. Now to Tinaye. We talked about how we should have. Um, I want the word that you used. We have to have anger. There's a word that you put before the anger towards the people. So, what strategies have you seen work in terms of mobilizing communities and holding institutions accountable for their climate promises or some of the things that they said they will do, and then they, as Warabile says, we need to really call them out and not keep quiet. So, what have you seen in terms of mobilizing communities for such?
So most of my advocacy here has been very digital. I think we live in a place where if you try to organize a protest, we all know how that goes. So yeah, so most of the advocacy that I've done has been digital campaigns. I've been part of like a lot of digital campaigns, and you find that for you to be able to actually get people involved, you have to have the right people on board. I mean, it's simple to say, but what I mean by that is, if I'm doing a campaign and I'm talking about maybe okay, let me just talk about my experience when I traveled to maybe COP. You find that there's countries that will promise every year that they're going to give this much in climate finance, and then they don't do it. So you need to have first, it's improving the access of people. You need to get people the right information. Like if the decision is being made in a closed door, you need to talk about it. You need to report on it. I think this is where I really kind of like exist, because climate communication is so important, because there's a lot of decisions that are being made about your lives, about our lives collectively, but we don't know because no one is talking about it beyond the room. Sometimes we don't even have access. You can go to this big conference, but you are not in the room because you're not allowed to be there. It's a closed meeting or whatever. So after that, there's some sort of like outcomes that come out. And I think there's a lot of power in having access to them. When you have access to a certain space, make sure that you're writing about it, you're reporting about it. And that's just the model that I use. If I attend a conference, I tell people what it was about, why it matters, why they should care. Because I think it's all about having compassion and also just trying to connect to people. I think sometimes as climate activists, we have this thing where we feel like maybe we're all on the same page. It's like, how come you don't know what climate change is? So I think it's just to first have compassion for people, to understand that the information that you have is a result of privilege. You were privileged enough to know that there's LCOY 2025 happening. Another person didn't know that, and because they're not here, it doesn't mean they wouldn't be if they had the same level of information. So I think that when it comes to mobilizing communities, having access to information is very, very important. Improving access to information, that's something that I do. Also being relatable, using simple stories, simple language, speaking to people like they're people, you know, not coming to people and saying NDC, NAP, you know. It's like, what's that, you know? Yeah, just being very relatable and being very grounded in the things that we say, and also not acting like we know better. Because sometimes, really, really, when you have the privilege of information, it puts you in some sort of gated community. So you need to be accessible, you need to be relatable, and that's how you mobilize people. That's how you get people to understand and even like you, because yes, being likable is a very big factor in communicating campaigns and in doing anything climate related. Because unfortunately, the disservice that the information that comes from the UN people, the UN frameworks for climate change, it's very boring, for lack of a better word. So what you want to do is you want to take that information and localize it and make it relatable for the people that you want to consult. You cannot come with an IPCC report and put it in front of Batho Hela in the community obo simulawa ba tramela, you know. So it's just really about being very relatable. That's how you mobilize people. You make them care by telling them simple stories about, and also hearing from them, right? Ownership. She was talking about shared ownerships for some of these things that we do, the interventions we do. Don't dictate to people that climate change is changing your life. Try and understand from them what their understanding is, first of all, before you tell them about the impacts in a scientific way. People are experiencing climate change. We're all experiencing climate change. People know that things have changed from 10 years ago, from 20 years ago. It's not for us to go and tell people. They know. It's just that we need to frame that and explain it in the way that they can actually get on board with what you're doing. Because if we come and we act better than thou and we're dictating to them that, oh, climate change is real, why don't you care? You really create a lot of division with that. So just being relatable and being likable and having compassion is how I mobilize. And then with holding people accountable, the thing that I said was targeted anger. We need to have audacity, guys. Audacity is important. I'm so serious. We need to have audacity, okay? The audacity to show up to your government offices and ask. But for you to have audacity, you need information. You need to look up what is the current progress in terms of like climate change policies. And then you go to the relevant people, which is the Ministry of Environment. You go there and you ask them, when did you consult young people? When are you consulting us? What is going on? Because as long as we don't show up to the right places, they're going to just go and, you know, they're going to do what they're doing and they're going to submit what they're submitting without our voices because we're not showing up. Showing up is very important. Yeah, so I just think that we need to have very targeted anger. And this also cascades to private sector players. There's a lot of companies that exist that are manufacturing plastics. We all have, if you didn't know, plastics are made of fossil fuels. It's a byproduct. So we have a lot of fossil fuel products in our communities, but we also don't have alternatives. Because it's possible that the people that produce these things don't want us to have options. They want us to just stick to plastic every day. The non-plastic bags are also plastic. You understand? So it's just a plastic economy, and it's like it doesn't change unless we start asking for difference. We were talking about companies like Coca-Cola and how in other countries they have buyback schemes. They give people money to give back their plastics. We don't have that infrastructure in Botswana. And the reason why we don't have it is because we don't have the policy to hold them accountable to say, you need to have a buyback. You need to pay people to bring your plastics back. Because it's more like in our environment. So like that's why I'm saying we have to have targeted anger. We need to show up. We need to ask the right questions. We need to show up to the right people. Because sometimes we're angry at our communities, but the person who's producing the plastic and the person who's producing plastic packaged products is making a lot of money and not giving back any of that money into the community, into initiatives that should be addressing those problems. And this goes back to the issues of ESG. It's like some of these corporations are really, really big. They can afford it. They really can. It's just that no one is making them do it because we're not mobilizing in the right spaces. We're not, and I think this also goes to policies. We need to mobilize in the policy direction because it's more than okay for us to innovate around reducing plastic. But if we don't start targeting those kind of interventions, we're always going to have projects that don't grow because there's no money for you to grow that project, and there's a lot of pushback because someone is producing plastic unchecked. So yeah, I think I'll end here.
Round of applause. She dropped a lot of insight, and I will relate it from yesterday's point. And just to say, we were at a meeting, I think earlier this past week, and one of the person who was moderating, she was asked a lot of questions, and then she just took it up to herself, and the lady was here yesterday with our deputy PS, and she was saying, you know what, hold me accountable with that one. I will make sure that information that we need to have available for the people in the room is there. Because as she was saying, talking NDCs And these people are people who are in different bodies, but they probably even haven't met the NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution, which is like a document where the country sets its goals to say we want to reduce our greenhouse emissions with this much of a percentage in this year, according to the Paris Agreement, right? And these are people who are in the room, but they don't know, they haven't even had access to that document, or they have to come up with strategy, but they don't even know which vision are they working with in order to produce the strategy. But these are documents that have been paid by government to be produced, right? But relevant people who need to read it don't have it. And she was moderating and she was like, you know what? Hold me accountable. I will make sure that there's a platform where you can easily access these documents and we can produce these documents in a bite-sized manner so that everyone, even if you're not able to read the 83-page document, you at least understand from these bite-sized information that we're giving you. And relating it to today, she's talking about policy. And this is something that I'm realizing. I'm very active as a young person in different spaces, and I get to realize that as young people, we're so angry, but it's not targeted. Now, I feel like we need to switch the word. We shouldn't just be angry. Let's be targeted, right? And realize where can we target this anger so that it has a ripple effect in the solutions that we want, right? We have somebody who's talking biotech and testing the fertilizer, the organic fertilizer. Even though we're doing it here, how can we hold the other fly-by-night organic people accountable if we don't even have a law that can make sure that you consistently test? So what is the targeted anger that we can use is to say, the lady from UNDP was saying, why don't we have a policy incubator yesterday? And when she's talking about this, I'm like, at another meeting I attended, I realized that we still don't have policy around, we were talking employment issues, and I realized as young people, we don't even know the Employment Act like that, and how can we forcefully talk policy to have it change, have a ripple effect, right? And my name is Tabisa Mudimotata. Finding me on all social media platforms, please. I want us to have this targeted anger to try and really push our players to have a policy incubator. Because I believe it's really one of BIDPA. Yes, a policy incubator, and work with BIDPA, because whenever they produce the documents, right? But is it easily even accessible to all of us, right? And they have us sit down in these meetings, but then they don't even call us back to say, oh, we were able to produce 1, 2, 3, please go and read it, da 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 da, right? So I feel like we need to hold our leaders accountable in order to produce a policy incubator, because it's one of those things that I feel will forever have a ripple effect in making sure that the things that we are working or having conversations around really come to pass. So hashtag targeted anger from day 2, right? From day 2, hashtag targeted anger. Let me have, okay, we can.
I just thought of something. On the topic of targeted anger, maybe it might not be anger per se, but I think also as young people, one thing that I've noticed is that we like to work parallel to the government. It doesn't work. Even when you want to get the support of development agencies, you need to have your government on board. So when you're designing whatever you're designing, make an effort to consult the relevant government people. Might not get replied, but just consult anyway. You know what I mean? So, yeah. One thing that I also realized is that I attended a Ramsar convention on wetlands consultation, youth consultation the other time. And I must say, I felt like some of the conversations that we had, they were not very meaningful. They were not targeted. They were not addressing the issue. Yes, they invited 1, 2, 3 people. So I think that it's a conversation I even had with the youth officer at the ministry to say, why don't you have a database? Why don't you have a database and register all the youth organization initiatives so that when you have consultations, because I think policy interventions that young people can contribute to. Our contribution starts with meaningful consultation. It's you're in the room because you are young and they've seen you somewhere doing climate work. You need to be in that space. You need to be wetlands. You need to be this. You need to be that. You understand? You need to be thematic in the thing you're being engaged for. So one thing that we can actually, I think a practical thing we can do is to really kind of like have targeted advocacy targeted advocacy towards the ministry to say, can you create the database? Ki Excel sheet te hela batho ba modimo, just create a form, have people register, so that when you are having a just transition conversation, you know that you're inviting Sustain because they've done some work there. When you're having a conversation about wetlands, you're inviting the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, something like that. Because I'm Tinae and I've dabbled in a little bit of everything, now I'm in every conversation. So I think that's really something that we should push for as the first targeted angle.
Yeah, I think it speaks to what I was saying. Yeah, make yourself visible. Don't just wait to say, the opportunity that open for just Botinai. Make yourself visible. Visibility, build those relationships.
Networking, what Freddie talked about earlier. Right? You see how everything ties together when you sit down and you analyze it. Now to the room, can we have questions, please? You can wave and the mic will come through to you. Anyone else before he gets the mic, so that I can just know the feel of the room. Yeah, I think we now know each other. It's fine. You can go.
This question is for Tinai. So earlier you talked about how corporations, like back in the past, they used to deny climate change, even though they had the evidence. They used to hide it. So nowadays, thinking about the DRC, about how these corporations are profiting from the suffering of children there in the DRC, forcing these children to mine cobalt and lithium, which is used to build these batteries, this infrastructure for renewable energy. So how do you hold those companies accountable? Because those companies are the companies that produce the green technology that we use. So how do you hold them accountable?
Thank you. Any other question? Okay.
This question is also targeted towards Tina, because I want to ask and tell that, as you said, we should have targeted anger, yes. But also we must realize what the government has its own problems. We must put ourselves in the shoes of the people in charge, because they make choices that will benefit the country and choices that will be good for the country, right? But like, let's say they say we'll use eco-friendly energy, but then they also buy from other countries, like you said. It is because the energy that the eco-friendly energy that can be produced is very low, but the ones that can be used by fossil fuels and this, it's very high. I want to know why is it that you feel like the government is not putting enough effort, or we should have targeted anger towards them because they are trying to like give us something that we benefit from.
Any other? Even I'm the problem. I don't want to be the problem.
Okay, I just want to find out from Warabile, how can we utilize ESG and also the private sector ecosystem to push for just energy transition, especially in Botswana?
How you work the wickets I one here? Like that. Now, Kokana is the innate. All right, cool. Let's have responses. What I believe you would like to go first? Okay.
No, go marago. Yeah.
Okay, but all right. I wanted to find out from you, Jorge, how can we utilize ESG, especially looking at that it's mostly being taken up by the private sector. How can we utilize all of that to make sure that we push for the just energy transition in Botswana?
Okay. Um, I'll start with this point. Remember, at the beginning, I said ESG speaks to sustainable enterprising, right? So, and right now, we're at a place where ESG is becoming a drive for sustainability, right? So, with that, you have to have sustainable measures in place. It speaks to just you using environmentally friendly stuff. Say you need that renewable energy. It speaks to you saying, okay, I'm going to have panels on my roof to generate the electricity that I need to operate. That's an activity that you are targeting to switch from increasing your carbon footprint, right? So now you come out and report and say, okay, I have these KPIs. They're going to tell somebody or all my stakeholders to say, okay, this entity is sustainable. So we're using ESG in that sense, ya gore we're being responsible in all the three aspects. And now we're telling our stakeholders that this is how we're being sustainable. Le wena as a consumer, Juanana, it's your responsibility to say, okay, I want to associate with somebody who is sustainable. And if everyone is going to be moving in that line, that's where now businesses, enterprises can say, okay, my market is looking for responsible partners. With your supply chain, you say, okay, I have Tinaya supplying me with a particular material for my products. Is Tinaya being sustainable? Am I supporting Tinaya who is sustainable as well? Or I'm just supporting Tinaya but she's getting something, her operations are not sustainable. So you see now it becomes a ripple effect that everyone in your supply chain, even at the end, those who use your products are sustainable. So it becomes a tool which organizations can use. ESG becomes a framework which can guide businesses to become more sustainable and drive the sustainability agenda. Ha ke itse wa ra ke go arabile. All right, thank you.
Okay. So both the questions that were asked are very tough. The reason why when I was speaking about the government and engaging them, I said targeted advocacy is because I recognize and I understand that sometimes anger is not, it becomes what's the word? Misplaced, because I'm sure they're all angry as well, because in the spaces that they are part of, they have a lot of challenges. They have the task of running the country in the face of a lot of challenges. So that's why I said, I also just want to reiterate that when I speak about targeted anger, I'm talking about the people that have profited off of creating this situation. And then when I talk about targeted advocacy, I'm saying what we should engage the government, because there are low-level interventions that they can do. We're not going to government and saying, fix this, fix that, fix this. we're looking for opportunities. For example, the issue I talked about, for them to create a database and things like that. There are entry points into engaging the government to actually take away some of that, some of those issues, right? So, in order for them to engage us meaningfully as youth, we can go to them and push for them to create a database. The reason why I'm leaning into low input strategies is that it really doesn't take that long to create a Google form. It doesn't take long to create a Google form. It doesn't take long to create a database of young people. It's just a matter of getting someone to create it and then doing a call to say, young people, register on this platform. So like, this is a very specific example, but in a nutshell, all I'm trying to say is, when it comes to the government, yes, it's true, they have a lot of hard tasks, but they also have the responsibility to listen to us and to create mechanisms for us to be engaged meaningfully. So there are things that can be done that don't even cost money for them to engage us. So that's what I'm saying, we should lean into those things. We should lean into engaging with our government without inconveniencing our government, essentially. So I think that's, I don't know if I've answered your question. No? Okay, that's fine. Let me just, okay.
This one is related to the answer you just gave me. I understand what you're saying, but my problem is that, let's say you said that some things are not expensive to do by the government, right? But also, we must also look at this. You said something about energy, eco-friendly energy laid. Now, let's look at this. It can cost millions just to make a power plant, I guess. And also, it can also cost millions to make a solar power plant where we gather energy from the sun. Windmills also. But when those things are done, are finished being used, the raw materials that were used, we just strip the useful ones, and then everything else we dump, creating more pollution and disaster than the ones we are solving. So we are solving energy problems, but we're creating more climate challenges in that process. So how do you respond to that?
Okay. That's a really good question, and it's really amazing that you're thinking about that, because what we do need is I think you also referenced this. We need systematic sustainability that addresses everything, where we are basically creating like a circular economy. Because yes, indeed, if we push for solar, for renewable energies, for all that, the batteries are made of lead, and then they don't have really like a solution to say, how are we going to deal with lead at the end life of a solar battery. So those are some of the challenges that we need to start thinking about, innovating around it, because yes, indeed, Batung, we're pushing for a transition, but in doing that, we're also creating new problems. Personally, I do not have an answer for how we're going to address that, but I think that's what I'm trying to allude to say, we need to show government that we are thinking about these things. And one way we can do that is to go to their doors to say, please engage us on renewable energies. These are our thoughts. These are our collective concerns. So there needs to be a systematic way for them to get those concerns, so that when they're pushing for renewables, for us to have solar energy and all that, they are also thinking about the fact that young people are concerned about lead batteries. Young people are concerned about the end life of some of the materials that are going into creating the renewable energy. So yeah, I think I'm going to just reiterate again. I think there are low input interventions that the government can do. We can also push for them to engage us, to get our ideas, so that they know that these are concerns that we're thinking about, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that are going to inherit the decisions that they've made, and we're going to have a problem in like 20 years after we've made Gaborone like completely solar powered, and then now we don't know what to do with those batteries and everything, because yeah, a lot of studies are actually being done about that. When solar panels are decommissioned, what then? Because it needs to be circular at the end of the day. So that's all I have for now. And then in regards to the second question that was asked, what was the second question? Oh yes, you asked, given the corporations, do you want to ask again, or should I?
Yeah,
Okay.
let me fix my question properly, because I feel like it didn't make too much sense.
Okay.
looking at these corporations that have so much power, right? How are we supposed to hold them accountable? Like, for example, you talked about how a lot of these materials that we use for like solar panels, batteries, they are sourced from countries like the DRC, which use young children, to go and mine those materials, those minerals. And we're building our green economy over on the backs, on the blood of those children. So how do we deal with that? Like, how do you hold those large corporations accountable?
Okay. Sure.
Hello again. There's an issue around DRC pertaining to lead mining. So people around there, the community, basitse Anglo America to court. They grouped themselves up together with the attorneys, the lawyers who were interested in the case. So it's like per case, they are touching the cases that thing because the symptoms are loud and clear. The lead poisoning because it's like muating or no mine. When Anglo closed up the mine, they didn't rehabilitate the land. Now it has called the NGOs. It's a big case. So when we say targeted anger, it means let's do something. We use words as they, bone, rona. It starts with us having a common goal. People can be taken to task, really human rights. So Harry group, we have a lot of lawyers now in Botswana, like I know her. She's an attorney. So yeah, it's fine. You know somebody, your Iran law, GUC is doing a good job intake. So if you have something, it starts with you going to him or her, that lawyer, to say, hey, ke bona o kare golahale ga modubu family le ba pileng le dumping side bana ba teng bana ba segilwe ke mabotlolo gape. It starts from there, just a simple observation, calling people a big movement the right way. Yeah, so people can be held accountable by the book. Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, that's. I was also just gonna say it, but I think we touched it on because how we hold corporations accountable is through the law. Climate-wise, there's been a lot of cases that climate change. Big corporations to the International Court of Justice. These are things that are now coming up, and Babangobadi Wina. But like she said, it really there are ways to hold these people accountable. But the key thing being that it's not easy, but it also starts with you. It starts with you feeling, okay, I need to do something about this, and approaching the people. Because I think some of our passion and advocacy and compassion dies within us because we don't do anything. We see misjustice, we see a lot of things that are not just, but we're not moved to do anything. We just, hey, what do we just? And we shouldn't just.
No, I wanted to actually stamp on what she was saying. Tina did that it starts with you personally. You see something is wrong, do something about it. Don't say what I'm going to say is just going to be a drop in the ocean. Now imagine if all of us drop something in that ocean, it becomes massive. So you see something is wrong, make sure you speak out. Lokhone just maybe borrowing from the example by NI higher DRC. why are they allowing bana gore ba e bo nna bone ba le ko mining and stuff like that? That it's they don't have access to the things that we do. So it starts now with solving the root cause. Why bana bayakwa? Waben. So address that root cause to curb in such situations. And it's by making sure corporations like that put people go pele. They put all the ESG considerations into practice. Don't just say, okay, no, we're just here to make a quick buck and just leave. Think of the people that you're finding there. Think about what the impact is going to be on them after you've left. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe just in addition from what my sister have been saying there and also my brother there, I think you touched a very important point in regards to when we see something is wrong as young people, we need to fight. The situation in Congo, like what my little brother here have said, it's tragic. There are a lot of companies like Apple, Tesla, and all these companies are using children to mine the minerals. And I remember there was a case last time in Berlin. We forced Tesla to tell us where are they getting the lithium they are using in their batteries, which means we're trying to hold them accountable on everything that they are doing. So you guys have already said a lot, but I think together as young people, we have the power to hold the big corporations accountable. And to make matters worse, these corporations, they are embedded within the government. So that's also a critical part on how do we fight it as young people. We're talking about, we have lawyers, yes, but remember, sometimes it puts your life at risky. So they have to be a very good way on how we can also hold these big corporations accountable for everything that they do. Yeah, thank you.
Right. A round of applause for that. And lastly, a round of applause to all of us for engaging, please. I'd like to give a great thank you to my panelists. It was amazing, and I believe we've definitely dropped a thought in the ocean of our minds, right? And it's such a great way to then get into. She was dipping into issues of COP, right? So now it does really flow through into our next bit of the program. A round of applause for my panelists, please. Thank you very much for that. I'm very much enjoying the interaction that we're having in the room. Just an addition. We're like, wait, just chill. And then when the conversations get deep, the hands just increase as well, right? So I'm just trying to really keep the time so that at least we have more. We get through the program, and then we get your comments and your additions as we get to close, because indeed whatever that we are sharing, we are including it into the statement that we are to produce. And as I did mention, talking about COB and what happens at COB, we will be getting into a simulation of COB, and this is where we will also be interacting, and then we will be working together. Now we won't be sitting looking at us, we will be talking to each other. So with that, I'd like for us to welcome Pato from Sustain 267 with a resounding round of applause to take us through this next session of the COP simulation. A round of applause for Pato, please.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, my voice is, I've put it through a lot. So I think today it's trying to hold me accountable. So to briefly introduce myself, my name is Pato Kilisidze, and I work at Sustain 267. I think some of you here are familiar faces. Thank you so much for coming. I couldn't make it yesterday, because my sister was getting married, but I'm really glad to see all of you here today. So as we set up, we are now going to do a COP simulation. And I think it's a great segue, like Tabi said, because from that panel, there was reference to COP. Are any of us here familiar with what COP is? Please put your hand up. If you've been, if you haven't been, if you have an idea of what it is, you've heard of it. Anyone here familiar with the idea of COP28, that big climate meeting that happens at the end of the year? Nicole, you're just a liar. Nicole's hand is down, and I know her. Some of you, I know you personally. If I know, you know what COP is. Okay, so if you know what COP is, please put your hand up so we see how many people in the room are familiar with it. Great. Oopsie. Oops. Okay, I'm going to pick that up. So, to give you a very, very brief... Okay, I'm also... Okay, sorry about that. It's just clinking a lot. So to give you an idea of what COP is, I'm going to give you the most basic understanding. Don't quote me on what I'm saying. I'm just trying to, for the sake of being able to understand the process. So the COP process is, COP stands for Conference of Parties. And what this is a meeting that happens at the end of the year that is led by the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Framework on Climate Change. Yeah. Convention on Climate Change. And they host this meeting. Every year, countries meet and they come and negotiate key items around climate change. So if we're talking loss and damage, there'll be there's an agenda that's set ahead of time, and then countries will come and negotiate what's in their interest, what's in the interest of their bloc, so that they get the best of it. It's basically a global effort towards addressing climate change, yeah? So what it looks like is that every year around November, December, all countries go and meet in a predetermined space. There's an agenda that's put out before. So just transition, loss and damage, different finance, carbon credits as well under Agenda 6. And then they go there and they try and reach a collective agreement that will all help us, that will guide how we take action on climate change globally. This is around 198 countries. And the complication here now is that all of these 198 countries have different circumstances. So what you want as Botswana might be what another country wants, but what you want is what America does not want at all. Now these COP processes need to get all of these people to agree, because what they agree on then helps to guide what countries do. Personally, I've been a negotiator for Botswana for about 3 years now, and I negotiate loss and damage. What loss and damage, basics of it is, because of the climate crisis, there's loss that's happened, there's damage that's happened globally. We all agree on that? Great. So what we then negotiate after we all agree on this globally is we should have a loss and damage finance facility for the people who loss and damage has happened to. Yes? And then where it gets complicated now is, where does the money that goes into that pot come from? Yeah? So as developing countries, we're going to get in there and say, you as developed countries caused the problem, you should put money into the loss and damage finance facility. Fair? Great. Now developed countries are going to come in and they're going to say, well, one, it wasn't only us. Two, it sounds like reparations, and if we pay reparations, you guys are going to take us to the cleaners and take absolutely everything from us. Three, we're intelligent, and why don't you guys also make things that make you make money? And then we need to negotiate that and reach a conclusion. So far what we've decided on loss and damage over I think the past 4 years is, one, to actually establish the loss and damage finance facility. Two, where it will be headquartered. three, now we're getting around the technicalities of what it will look like, who will put the money in, who will take the money out. There's some pledges that have happened. Now, within this negotiation of what must happen, how do we put money in, you'll then get like the sneaky countries. Like US will come in and go and say to Malawi, who's our friend and we're negotiating with, and they'll say to them, listen, babes, I'm not saying don't negotiate. What I am saying is, I'll give you 20 million for you to address your loss and damage, which then complicates our position because now we're negotiating with a friend who's doing side deals. And that's the kind of thing that you see at COP. We will all go as Africa to negotiate for something. And then when we get there, you've got the side deals, you've got all of these things that then complicate the matter that you've come to attend to. And then you come back with nothing because you've not reached an agreement. Do we have a functioning idea now of what COP is? Do we have enough of an idea for us to have an exercise on COP? All right, I'll continue to explain as much as I can as we speak so that we can try and, yeah. So we're going to go into groups because we're going to have a simulation. We're going to count 1 to 4. And then after that, we'll go into our different corners and then I'll explain the exercise, yeah? Great. Are you going to be part of the exercise? Okay. Okay. Please just say 1 and then. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, 1. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, 4. Great. Great. Can we please get all the 1s here, the 2s over there, the 3s over there, and the 4s over here? Then I'll explain the exercise. Okay. No, I just did. Yeah, because we don't have a lot of time. Yeah. All right. Is everybody settled? 2s are up there, 1s are down here. 3s, I think, are up there. 4s are here. Great. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay, maybe the 3s can go up there. So there's a little bit of space. Mara ke nkare bo 3 ba shota yan. Okay. Can I? Yeah. How? Perfect. Okay. Okay. Everyone's settled? So these are your negotiating blocks, yeah? So this is the team that you're going to negotiate with. Nicole is going to walk around and she'll give you basically briefs about about the people you identify with. I'll give you a few facts about them. So what happens in the negotiations is that you have negotiating blocks of people who've got like interests, with the belief that numbers give you power. So you've got negotiating blocks like least developed countries. You've got negotiating blocks like the G77 and China, which is one of the biggest countries. It's mostly developing countries and China. You've got Oasis, which are island states, and then they negotiate as a bloc because you know that as a bloc you've got more power. As Botswana, if we go to Europe and we're like, we want you to stop buying coal, they're not going to listen to us. But if we come as Africa Group of Negotiators and we are 55 countries strong, then we've got a stronger voice. So most of you are going to be those negotiating blocks. We understand how negotiating blocks work, yeah? Basically, it's you find your friend, you're like, I want to be given money. And then your friend is like, I want to be given money. And then you're like, let's go get money together. Great. So what we're going to be negotiating today, the objective of this exercise is for you to get an appreciation of some of the complexities of the the global process. Sometimes we feel like our government is not doing anything, but these are some of the complications when it comes to negotiating globally. And then on top of that, we are going to, with this exercise, we're hoping some of the nuances around just transition come in that we haven't considered yet, that we can include in our youth statement on just transition. What we want from this youth statement on just transition, the government is beginning to talk about a just transition. By the time they start to talk about a just transition policy, our statement should be ready. Tinaya earlier spoke about the contributions we should be making to policy. If our statement is there, our consolidated statement of a lot of young people, then this is already us contributing to policy. By reading that statement, they're already talking to over 100 young people. Yeah? So we need to make sure that we're considering as many things as possible, and it has as many things as possible. So what we're going to be negotiating today is the just transition and what it should look like. So we're negotiating the framework and process for shifting to a climate neutral economy while ensuring the social and economic well-being of workers and their communities. And just transition promotes fairness by sharing the benefits and costs of climate action equitably, creating decent work, offering training and providing social protection to those affected by the transition, ultimately ensuring that no one is left behind. I put this definition here just so we're starting on the same basis. So what you are going to negotiate as your different blocks, for you to win this game, this negotiation, all of you have to come to an agreement that you all agree on. And if you can all reach an agreement, if countries all reach an agreement, then we get closer to climate action. And what we will do is, if all of you reach an agreement, then every single one of you will get reusable straws so that we're moving, albeit very small, we're moving on climate action. For that to happen, everyone in the room, all of you in your negotiating blocks, have to reach an agreement and get the best possible deal you can get for your countries. So you've got a collective goal, which is to act on climate, but then you've got your individual goals. So let me take you through if you turn a few pages down, you will see your roles and descriptions. So group 1, you are the developed countries. That's you, yeah? So group 1 are the developed countries. You are the block of basically the richest countries in the world who have done the most when it comes to climate change. You are the guys, you are the drill baby drill guys, okay? you are balling, you have got money. When anyone says anything, you're just like, okay, but how about I give you money? And your position on just transition is that you recognize the importance of a just transition. You already have assets that are built to support the fuel economies, and you're not prepared to abandon them because you want your return on investment. So as you know, countries like the US or Europe's, they're the biggest extractors of oil, producers of oil and the like. And you put millions into putting these things into place. Over the years, you've been making money from it. You want to continue to make money from it because, I mean, it's your money. Why shouldn't you get your return on investment? However, in light of the climate crisis, you are concerned that developing countries are putting new investments in fossil fuel extraction in the face of the climate crisis, and you want them to stop these new projects. Because you've got your old projects. You've already done it. It's a sunk cost. Now these guys want to go and create new problems. And you're willing to give them you're willing to give developing countries technical support and concessional loans and grants to explore other economies that are more environmentally friendly. And then your key interests are that you should be the only ones to continue with fossil fuel extraction in light of the just transition because you're already doing it. You're willing to give concessional loans. So concessional loans are very low interest loans to encourage other countries to transition. But also, you don't want anyone blaming you for climate change. It's very important to you that you're like, listen, we all did this together. It's very important because once you get the blame for climate change, that means people can see you and get your money. You also don't, because you don't want the legal liability. And the other thing is you will only give money to the LDCs. You'll meet the LDCs just now. Everyone else, you're like, you're already developing, get your own money. And even then, you're giving them 70% loan, 30% grants. And so what a red line item is a thing that is non-negotiable for you. It's a strong position that you hold, and you will not negotiate on it. And your red line item is that you will not agree to a proposal that says you close your fossil fuel operations. You will not agree to anything that gives you legal responsibility or anything that says that you're responsible. Developing countries, you're up there, yeah? Group number 2, and your position is that you're facing the significant impacts from climate change. Your development is limited because of this, and you want to extract. You've got your coals, you've got so forth, and you want to extract because you want to build your economies. But even though everyone agrees on just transition and transitioning economies, you say developed countries should lead because they also led with the climate crisis. And then the other thing is they should lead, and yeah, they should pay you if they expect you not to go and dig up your coal and your oil. Yeah, like if you don't want me to use my coal and oil, and your key interests are that you want development and climate action. You want to explore your God-given resources. And yeah, your position is that developed countries have developed on this. You also want your chance. And your red line is that you will not accept to not extract without equal compensation. So if, for example, if there's a coal mine that would be worth 10 million, you're saying, you guys give us 10 million or drill, baby, drill. You guys good? Great. Least developed countries. You're over there. Okay. So you guys are the poorest. You are within the developed country block, but you are a sub-block of the developed countries because you are the absolute poverty-stricken. I mean, your unemployment rates, where you guys are at. But also, and you're suffering the worst because you've got very little resilience. And because now you're starting to, things are looking all right for you. People are coming in and they're exploring. You are finding new deposits of coal and oil. All of you. Coal, oil, gold, homonate. Because now you've got a little bit of technology. But as you are finding these investors are coming in, they're saying, listen, we'll give you the money to explore this thing. We sign on Saturday, Tuesday, shovel hits the sand. Let's go. And on top of that, you support the idea of a just transition. but have no interest in not exploring your resources. Oh, you're also very indebted. You are indebted. I mean, your GDP per year is 10 pula and 9 pula, 50 of it goes to debt. Yeah. So it's a tricky situation. So you will only accept grant funding because you don't want to get further into debt, and you want the developed countries to recognize that they've gotten you here. And then the third thing, if anyone will give you more funds to even explore your resources quicker, that's where you guys are. Your red line is that you will not accept loans on any front at all. You wouldn't even qualify, but anyway, you won't accept loans. Now the last group. So even at COP, you'll have the parties, which are the countries negotiating, and then you'll also have some civil society who are admitted. So they don't negotiate, but they come in as observers. They come in as pressure groups, and they really help when it comes to sometimes getting something over the line, because they do a lot of things like research, mobilizing, movement building. When we got to agree on the loss and damage finance facility, they did a lot of the work to get us to agree to that. So this is this group. And you're the NGOs and climate change people. Your centering thing is climate justice and human rights. You are representing civil society. You believe that developed countries have a moral obligation to provide financial support for the just transition to all countries because they caused this. You push for transparent, accountable, and equitable mechanisms that make sure that the most vulnerable countries receive the most support. And in the face of the climate crisis, you do not believe anyone at all should be exploring fossil fuels in developed or developing countries. You believe new projects You believe new projects that are extractive in developing countries. Okay, I don't know what English I wrote there. But the idea is you don't support new projects because a lot of the times they exploit developing countries. So the LDCs there who are excited about their extraction, do you know who's investing in them? Total Energies. Total Energies is French, who's part of the developed countries. All the money that these investors are talking about are from Europe and all of those countries. The taxes on these things aren't going to be paid. You're getting into some nonsense deals. Please look at Mozambique and Total and just like the agreements they have in place. There are certain laws Mozambique can't even change without Total first approving because of the deal that they have around the gas. But yeah, so that's why you guys don't agree with the extraction. You believe it's another way of just continuing to steal from developed countries. And your key interests are developed countries must take accountability, developed countries must fund transitioning economies, prioritize the most vulnerable populations, grants not loans, and you will not support any deal that results in fossil fuel projects. Is everyone good on where they are and where their other colleagues are? So how we're going to do this is we're going to get 3 rounds of submissions. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Okay. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to... you need to pick a speaker who will be coming to make your submissions, yeah? So, I'm going to give you 5 minutes for you to negotiate what your opening statement is going to be. Your opening statement needs to be 1 minute. The reason why making it time limited is because COP is only 2 weeks, which is a very short time to negotiate global issues. So you also need to stick to your time. Yeah, you're going to write your opening statement. You're trying to get as many people to all agree on the same thing. And then after that, we are going to have 5 minutes for you to go and discuss, and then you come and give your rebuttals. And then we are going to have 15 minutes of negotiations. In those 15 minutes of negotiations, that's your time to go to the other blocks, try and negotiate. Okay, maybe we can, yeah? Great. And then we will do statements again, and then the word from the presidency. The presidency is basically the country that's hosting, and they are the chairperson of these meetings. All right. I've said a lot. Do we have any questions? I hope not. But do we have any questions before we start? You might have to learn by doing. Okay, do you have a question? Oh, okay, great. Although usually the NGOs won't, actually they do make statements, so you guys will also come up and make statements. So you need to decide on what your opening statement is going to be, to who your speaker is going to be. Can I get a timer? So we are now about to start. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to put 5 minutes to put together your opening statements. At the end of 5 minutes, please come here or you lose your time to speak. Okay, now putting on my presidency hat. Everyone, welcome to COP 64, hosted in Gaborone, Botswana. We shall be negotiating the just transition today. And as you know, your countries have paid a lot of money for you to be here. Some of you are paying $1,000 a night. Your countries have sent you here, and you need to make sure that we get the best agreement that we can for climate change. We're all seeing it happen. With that being said, I wish you all the best in your negotiations. Remember, you are here for your people, your country, and for climate action. Please get started. And our time is up. Can I please have your speaker? If I'm going to count down from 5. If you're not here by 5 seconds, you lose your time to speak, and I'm not joking. There's a COP where our president, literally the president of our country, did not make their speech because they were late. 3. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So before they start, I'll also share with you. No, I'll also share with you why this is strategic positioning. You see how the developed countries who've got the money are 1 meter away from the stage. Because these hotels, guys, these seats are $1,000 a night. Now those guys are the conference is in Gaborone. Because those are the hotels that they can afford. And that is the reality of what happens at the negotiations. With all these people coming in, you've got these guys who are here. Negotiations are happening at midnight. Developed countries, you are staying an hour away. Your negotiation is at midnight. Midnight, you wake up, you take a shower, you arrive. You still need to commute at midnight. These are some of the structural and small inequalities that then lead to not great deals. So we're going to give them each 1 minute, 1 minute 30 seconds for their opening statements. We'll start from the left and go through. When the 1 minute 30 seconds is over, please switch off their mics. Sorry, what's your name? Okay. Aneoka, when the 1 minute 30 seconds is up, please switch off their mic.
Sure, Nkosi.
All right. Are you ready, Aneoka? With the 1 minute 30 seconds? Great. Let's go.
Good run. I appreciate everyone coming here to discuss a rising issue a rising issue at the planet. So I am the representative of the developing countries. So I understand that the transition, that the infrastructure that we have used has had a history of exploiting very unethical infrastructure and techniques in order to even source our resources and even fuel the economies that we today stand on. Even though we've got leverage and we've made a lot of money doing so, we would like to help in transitioning developing countries and least developing countries through the assistance of NGOs to help boost the existing infrastructure in least developing countries. We understand that the transition is important, but we believe that we cannot really transition transition to renewables because it has intricate issues on our end to really start over, and it would be very detrimental for developing countries to follow the same path.
Oh, with 4 seconds to go. So while you set it up, developed countries, you do not admit. You just scored your own goal by saying you admit that they're unethical. Somebody call it, oh yeah, we are in a bag. So remember, you need to maintain that you are the good guys. You never admit anything. All right, our second speaker, let's go.
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad that I was able to participate in this COP meeting. So what I would like to talk about is that us as LDCs, as these least developed countries, we require grants. We require 100% grant. If you don't want us to use these fossil fuels, we require funding. We need to skip that step in order to develop our country. So we do require grants. We can't take any loans, as we're in deep debt, so we can't pay back loans. We also require debt relief. Again, we would use these fossil fuels to pay back the debt that we unfortunately have, but too bad we don't have the money. So we require a bit of debt relief. We also require access to technology infrastructure to develop. We require these infrastructure to build up our economy, we need to skip the step of fossil fuels. The climate change has damaged our countries deeply. Even our agriculture sector is being affected by this climate change. So, yeah, I'm done.
LDC said, we require money, run me my check. Everything else but run me my check. All right, is the third speaker ready? Let's go.
Well, LCDs, we got you. I have refugee camps. You can come. You will benefit from my help because developed countries will help us together. As developing countries, we need money, and we need this money as grants. As loans are the one that made us poor. Remember the loans you gave us 10 years ago and last year. Remember what you promised, and we didn't receive on time, and we went and topped up the loan. So we cannot have this money as loans, but we would want to have it as grants, and also we would want to have equal compensation because we have the raw materials. Remember, you came, you explored, your company came, you explored. We have the raw materials. So bring your expertise. Let's put on the efforts together to help me and the least developed countries. Thank you.
And they left with money. Developing countries said LDCs will take you in. We've got refugee camps. They also said, let's go bar for bar. As you know, I've got bars. Run me cash though. All right, are we ready for NGOs? Let's go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I represent the NGOs. Our stand is very firm. We understand you need to develop, but we need to create a balance as well. So we are advocating for a balanced approach where everyone is taking into account for whatever they produce. So we are saying we need to go back to the drawing board. We are not going to advocate for anything that is going to damage our climate. So for now, we need to go down, we need to settle down to say, what are we bringing that is different? We need to be innovative. We can no longer continue to damage our climate, our environment. So this is what we are advocating for. We need to put money on whatever that you've produced so far. We need that money. We need to have ideas around change. Thank you very much.
All right, and we have it there with NGOs. So NGOs are a very strong voice, guys. These are the guys who give us the research we need. Oh, you can go ahead. These are the guys who give us a lot of the research. They're the guys who help to put pressure. There are global campaigns that have really seen results. There's the ECOP project, which is the ECOP. It's a oil line. What you call the thing that? Not oil line. Basically, it's a line that's supposed to move oil in East Africa, and because of a lot of the pressure from pipeline from NGOs, a lot of the investors have pulled out. So these guys, they organize, they are strong, they will mess up your project if they choose to concentrate on you. So in the interest of time, we won't have rebuttals, but what we will have now is negotiations. Please give me 15-minute timer, but we're not going to start it yet. So we're going to have negotiations, and in those negotiation times, this is now the time when you're outside of the negotiating room, but you get to, these are informals, where now you're getting to have one-on-ones. You're trying to bring people in and come to an agreement, yeah? If there's any tactics that you think will get you closer to your goal, use them. If there's any information that you think the goal is to get the best deal that you can get for your negotiating block, and ultimately climate action for everyone. And climate action for everyone is us all using aluminium straws. All right. So with that, we are going to count down 15 minutes. Use them wisely. Actually, if you don't all reach, I'm trying to see if this makes sense. Okay, it doesn't. All right. With that, please get to negotiating. I might throw in something in there, but get to negotiation. Let's get the best just transition agreement we can. All right, here's another spinner. If your negotiation block can get another negotiation block to come and support you, if you guys can have a bilateral agreement, only that new block will get the straws. Everybody else is out. Yeah? Awesome. 10 minutes to go. How close are we to climate action? Guys, a reminder that at the end of this 6 minutes, you are coming up to make your statement. So you're not going to reconvene as your group. Yeah? You're coming straight to make your statements. Five minutes until you make your statements. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. If you've got agreements, this is a great time to look at wrapping them up. To go. 30 seconds to go. Please start wrapping up your statements. All right, time's up for negotiations. Please come to the front to make your submissions. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you're not here, you're not submitting. All right. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times with your mouth closed. Awesome. So, we have negotiated. We have been here for 2 weeks. We are tired. You've been getting up at 6 because your regional block has their little meeting thing at 7 a.m. every morning. But you've also been leaving Botswana University at 1 a.m. because that's when your negotiations finish. And sometimes you leave here at midnight, not because you were negotiating, but because you were waiting for the announcement to be posted if you'll be negotiating further or not. And remember that Wednesday when you stayed until midnight and you're like, they won't announce, and then you went home, and then when you arrived at 1:30 in the morning, then they said you're actually negotiating at 3 a.m. and then you had to come back? That's also happened. You're tired. Now what we're about to find out is, was all of that productive, or we just wasted everyone's time? LDCs, your people have no money, yet you spend money on tickets, flying to Gaborone, paying $500 a night for accommodation. Has this been worth it for your country? So we're first going to start with a round of just, you're not making your statements yet, just announcements if you have any. If you come to any sort of agreement, please announce it now. And then we'll go on to the closing statement, the statements.
Okay. as a representative of the developed nations, I would like to announce that we've made a deal with the developing countries and the non-government organizations.
Let's find out first. What are those deals?
So we've understood that with developing countries, they need expertise and they also need money to help facilitate that transition. And we are willing to offer them loans and skilled personnel in order to help them in that transition. And we have also made the deal with non-government organizations and to help facilitate transition in both least developed and developing nations through grants.
Well done, developed countries. Please pass the mic. Developing more debt? I'm not sure, but you guys will explain it to us.
Okay. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a representative of the least developed countries there. So, us and the developing countries decided, we came to agreement over a contract offering refugee status to our citizens, offer us debt relief in the form of a grant, investing in the manufacturing industry, infrastructure, education, and exchange skills, and developing local research labs. You see, these developing countries, they can see that we're trying our hardest to stay away from these fossil fuels. So, due to them, thanks to their help, we should be able to skip that step in our stage of development and go straight to renewable energy. Thank you.
Wait, before you pass the mic. Let me understand. You guys have the developing countries. Developing countries have said that they will give you guys a grant to help you transition. Okay. The same ones that are asking them for money. Okay. All right.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next agreement. Good luck.
Well, dumelang gape. Daisy here for developing countries. I got you. Don't worry. I understand your problems. Developed, re dirile an agreement with developed country, as you heard. He was loud and clear. We will explain ourselves later. We also made an agreement with the least developed country. It was the eyes of the tip bag. More is to come. I'll explain myself. But there's light at the end of the tunnel.
We're not saying there's no light to us. Who's paying for it though? All right. NGOs.
I will start by identify one key character trait that developed countries have. It's manipulation and misinformation. We never got into an agreement with you guys. To continue, we did have an agreement with developing countries. They will be funding our movements, so we'll be dealing away with you guys, and we have an agreement with developed countries that will be advocating for the 100% grants. Thank you. 100% grants from. Will be funded by developing countries to push and countries. Yes.
You'll be funded by who to do what?
For our movement, we've been funded by the developing countries. So it's it's a collaboration. We are in our country. Yes, from the perpetrators.
Okay, all right. So technically, why are you telling people you have money?
No.
No. But also, NGOs, You are think tanks. You are researchers. You are economic researchers. So when they told you they'll give you money, okay. All right. So, firstly, any deal that was made with developing countries that involves developing countries giving them money, that's not a deal. What money? Developing countries have. Hold on. Let me see how much time. I think I should have made that clearer. Guys, it's already lunchtime. I was going to give you five minutes too, but we don't have any agreements because developing countries have no. Should I give you? But we'll be eating into your lunch, guys. Okay. So, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. So, COP is now ended, yeah? So this sometimes happens at COP as well. The 14 days have ended, but some of the key issues have not been agreed. Loss and damage was agreed at 3:30 a.m. on day 15. COP is 14 days. So we're now going into overtime. Okay, but if we're going into overtime, I'm going to give you some penalties, okay? Everyone in a white shirt there, white or black, please put your hand up. All right, please come to the front. That whole back row, please come to the front. Anyone with a white shirt there, please come to the front. In the developing, you guys, please come to the front if you're wearing a white shirt. Guys, quickly. Great. Louisa, can you please give these, do you guys need pens, pencils, anything? Because we're extending. Do you guys need anything? You guys are good? Great. So, what we're now going to do is, all these people from the front, their accommodation was booked until day 14. Their flight was booked for the 14th. They have left. These people are now missing from your negotiations. Yeah? If you need to find a new speaker, you need to find a new speakers. Guys, I need to book another flight. So, we have got 5 minutes to renegotiate. When you come back, you are going to announce if you've come to any agreements, one, but you're also going to include that in your closing statement, okay? Okay. Can we please get a 5-minute timer? All right. Let's all convene. You guys can talk to them, but only via phone. So you guys can get your phones and you must come back right here. Okay. You can only talk to your teams via phone, your phones.
Okay, you know what? Let's go confirm the deal. Let's confirm the deal. Developing the NGO.
Whenever we give them money, I get as loans, and then they support these guys.
Loans and
so that they. Hello.
How are you?
Hi.
Oh, you're doing the stage.
Sit. Here's a chair for you.
Please reintroduce.
Please sit. I'm from. You want water, tea? Here, sit. Let's talk. Let's talk. Tommy. Okay.
Yes.
Hi, guys.
Yes.
What's up?
Developing countries, you cannot promise anyone money. You have no money.
Developing countries.
Okay.
Re tswa ko developing countries.
Yes.
Mami, ne re kopa gore re boele ko moragonyana. Re lebelele se re se dumelang.
So, according to my perspective, we have agreed that we will invest in skills.
Oh, just FYI, everyone, the NGO people have been able to go back to their groups because their generous sponsor, Shell Foundation, headquartered in New York, has agreed to cover their accommodation for 2 more days. One minute, 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2. Three, 2. Oh, you guys can go back to your seats. You can go back to your seats. All right. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap 2 times. All right. Do we have all? Oh, you guys can go back to your seats. Developed. We're missing. Okay, we've got everyone. So with this, please just quickly, I'm giving you 10 seconds. If you've come to any agreements, you say these are agreements. If you don't have any agreements, you say no agreements. And then we'll go into your closing statements. Yeah, please give him the microphone.
Okay. I'd like to say that we have made agreements with developing countries and NGOs, and yeah, that we've made. So the agreement with NGOs is we are willing to facilitate grants and also to invest in getting skilled forces because they are the thinking base. They can help us research and find sustainable practices that can work in a developing and least developing context.
Okay, and then the other agreement?
So the other agreement was with developing countries in the sense that we are willing to even offer them a grant loan investment, which is both a 80% grant and a 20% loan. Yes.
Okay. Next?
With developing. With developing.
Okay. Nothing
LDCs, the main thing is they want to facilitate through developing.
Okay, Dumelang. I'm representing the least developed countries, and we have come to an agreement with developed countries. The conditions are they're giving us 100% grant, which will be focused on sustainable renewable resources, innovation, and research purposes, which means we'll be getting exchange programs, education, fully facilitated by them. And also, with all this investment, the 100% grant, they're giving us a grace period of 20 years, meaning that all the profits that we have made in 20 years, they'll be getting 30% of the profit and 70% will be invested back into our country.
Okay. Wait, what are you else?
All right, so I'm here for the developing countries. We had an agreement with the developed countries, so they will be investing into our countries, right? But they're giving us 80% of grants and 20% loans, so they say, right? And then they will also be employing Botswana in everything that they do, right? And they will offer apprenticeship to our people because unlike LDCs, our people are a bit more educated. Is that we will be opening up markets for LDCs because we care about them. So we'll be opening for intra-Africa trades. Yes. Thank you. Our contracts will also be renewed every 5 years.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yes, we've gotten into an agreement with developed countries. We have agreed that they will funnel the money through the NGOs. That is going to support the least developed countries in full grant form. And we've agreed again with developed countries that they are going to help the developing countries with a 70% to 20% ratio. So they changed the lack of transparency. That's what we are really against. It's not an agreement. They approached us with that ratio, but they've changed, which means we are nullifying it. Yes.
Okay, continue.
Yes. And then
you see how entitled developed countries are. No one spoke. NGOs are speaking. Of course.
Thank you. Yes, and then we, as part of the agreement towards the as part of the agreement with the grants that they are going to receive, we are fully behind projects that are looking into the greener technology only for them. So that is the agreement. Those are the conditions. Yes, and we stand firm on that.
please get a 30-second timer for closing statements. So guys, 30 seconds, your closing statements, yeah? And then I'll come in. All right. Thank you. Timer is up. Let's go, 30 seconds. It's the developed countries.
Okay.
Please restart.
So, with my closing statement, I would like to say that through the NGOs, we are willing to help invest in grants to help least developing and developing nations. We have also agreed to help developing countries transition through grant loan investments and also help through the NGOs with skilled labor to help facilitate that transition. Cantelona, wait. Wait. I just want to say this.
For the good of my people and for the countries I stand with, I still stand 10 toes down. We are accepting the help from developed countries only through NGOs because they'll be advocating for the rights and sustainable LGBT. Yes. Thank you very much.
Here's allowed. All right. So as the developing countries, we really appreciate the help that developed countries are helping us because we are on our way to be better than them, right? So we appreciate the investment that will be coming to us because it will be going to renewable energy as well and to promote intra-Africa trade so that we don't take our resources and whatever that we have to countries outside Africa, but to boost Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Can I start? Okay. Good day once again. We are firm on our proposal. We are looking for developed countries to fund the least developed countries through grants. And we are looking at the greener technology only. While at it, we are looking for the frameworks because we are custodians of that fund. So we want, because our environment cannot wait on the back and forths. Thank you very much.
You guys can take a seat. Please give yourselves a round of applause. All right. I mean, agreement, right? So, in the interest of time, we're actually, let's see, it's 20 minutes past 1. So there are a few things that I'm going to tease out that I want us to consider for our statement. Yeah? The first one is, as a young person, hold on, I'm going to switch my laptop on. As a young person, with all of these agreements that we've come to, do you see yourself benefiting from any of them? Whether you are a young person, whatever your circumstance may be. So a typical person being you as an individual, do you see yourself benefiting from these? And if you don't see yourself benefiting from any of these agreements, what do you think is the thing that would stop you from benefiting from these agreements? Whatever is the thing that's going to stop you from benefiting from these agreements is what needs to go into your statement. That statement needs to remove barriers. if that statement is the only youth engagement that happens when the Just Transitions policy is being drafted, make sure that it reflects whatever you want to say, yeah? Because these deals that happen right at the top are what informs what you then get here. Now, I don't think we're gonna have time to go around and get the debrief. But what I will do for you to, I'll tease out some items for you to think about and also think about including in the statement. That was an interesting exercise. So, inequality. One of the things that we wanted to point out was just the inequalities. Developed countries, when we do a 5-second countdown, they take one step and they're on stage. LDCs, there's steps, there's, surprised none of you fell. One of you didn't fall. Negotiations. When developed countries go, they've got everything they need. Half of them are lawyers. The deals they get into are the best deals that anyone could ever get into. I've been in a negotiation where the agreement fell over a comma. The placement of the comma would have meant that I think the China would be included in taking out whatever resources, or if it didn't include that, if it was put somewhere else, then the US would be the only people who are contributing towards this thing. And the gender negotiations completely fell apart. We had all come back into this room to say, this is our final text, we're happy. Because they've got a lawyer who knows the meaning of a comma, they're not getting into BS deals. Now, we've got who's available for 2 weeks, November, can string together a climate sentence, let's go. And we end up with deals where we're telling NGOs to go and sign for us. The other thing, vulnerabilities, climate action versus climate justice. There's some agreements that you can do where you'll be like, yes, it's climate action. You're going to be going to developing countries as refugees. Do you know what a refugee status is? You're living in a refugee camp. A lot of your humanity is stripped away from you. Yes, we've achieved climate action because you won't be extracting your God-given resources, but you're going to the developing countries to live as a refugee. You can't work. You can't earn a living. If you give birth to a child, they also are in a very precarious situation. So maybe climate action, but where's the justice in that? Some of the thoughts you need to apply as well. Tactics at COP, lots of tactics. I know the developing countries got some. Developed countries used some. Theirs was just light to everybody. But the other thing was protests. So the NGO, this goes to something that Tinaya said earlier. When it comes to protesting, NGOs, there's a phrase that NGOs use a lot: the people united will never be divided. But as NGOs, we are so fragmented because we're like, this is what's important, we are so fragmented. We had 15 minutes for negotiations. I think at around the 14th, 13th minute, using the countdown time, NGOs came to me and asked me if they're allowed to protest. They only started protesting with 3 minutes to go. So that's all that wasted time. And this is the reality of what we see. NGOs just, for the most part, really struggle to organize themselves. When they did protest, they had a message that you couldn't hear. It was all over the place. So even if you're in advocacy, you need to have a clearer message. Some of the deals that you got into, because of time pressure, because you are tired, you will get into really bad deals sometimes. Developing countries, when they walk into a meeting with you, they're walking in with a lawyer, a negotiator, everything. And they're rested and they're fed. You're eating one meal a day because where you're going to get $10 for coffee and $5 for a sweet. So when you agree to 80% grant and 20% loan investment, there's no such thing as investing a grant. It's either a grant or it's an investment. What's that? Okay, we've invested the 80%, but you don't have to pay it back. I don't know what kind of thing that is. But what you will also see is that with that 80% grant, the developed countries can say, we'll give you the 80% grant, but we will hold it for you and then we'll disperse it as and when you need it. So that 80% you're never actually going to see because they're controlling it. It's making interest in their accounts. It's they need to approve what you want to use it for. So also the details of it become important. The 20% loan with grace period, that account for the fact that after that they're also going to be like devalue your currency, so that loan that you thought was nothing, you're only going to start paying in 20 years, and by the time you get there, what was $1 is now $10. So you should have just started paying it 20 years ago, because if you start paying your mortgage now, you can be done in 20 years. If you start paying your mortgage in 20 years, will you even afford it? These are some of the deals that you've agreed to. And then the last point I'm going to make, NGOs. How did you guys come to NGOs making an agreement for LDCs? What do you even mean? But as ridiculous as that sounds, it's what's happening. So you will get, you'll get a fund that exists. There's two, I keep confusing them in my mind, and because I don't want to confuse you, I won't say the names. You'll get a climate fund that exists. For you to be accredited to get whatever money, the process costs you 3 million, which LDCs don't have. You know who has them? NGOs who are funded and headquartered in developed countries. So you now have NGOs that have better negotiating power and are in a better position to get the amount of a small country than that country is. And then that NGO will be like, we are going to, and they'll go on to negotiate and say, we're going to take this 10 million and do a project in 5 countries and LDCs. We're going to do policy, we're going to do XYZ, we're going to do XYZ without really input from them. They're telling them this is what you need. That money is never coming to you, LDCs. It is going to stay at the headquarters of Black and White Foundation that's based in the EU. You're not getting any of that interest. Good luck doing anything that you actually need, because if you actually need it, you need to convince them. So you've given away your governance and a lot of that kind of power to NGOs. NGOs who are funded by developed countries. So these are some of the layers that go into negotiations, which is why sometimes you then come back and it's like, you don't have a negotiation, because would you rather have a bad deal or a deal for the sake of having a deal? NGOs, we saw you taking money from developed countries who are the leading extractors of oil. But how are you then going to put out a statement to say, be used PTY Ltd is the biggest, is the people who violate human rights, and they shouldn't be investing in oil when they are the one paying your salary and making sure that you're at COP. So these are some of the relationships that we need to be aware of. Where are you getting your money as young people, and what does that subject you to? As young people who are in the room, who are entrepreneurs, who want to work on policy, who want to work on these different things, what do you need in a just transition statement that allows you to get the kind of money that the funding that you do to do your work without restriction? That's what the statement should say. When whatever country comes in for a trade deal or whatever, and they look at this, they should know that young people want 1, 2, 3 for them to be able to do 1, 2, 3 in terms of a just transition. If you put out an empty statement and a just transition policy is made and it's empty of youth voices, it's because we put nothing into the statement that we call the statement. So, after that very long, guys, do you feel like your agreements really deserve climate action, really advanced climate action? No. So we can't advance climate action, yeah? Yeah. It's a learning curve. So no one is getting the straws. Which agreements? I'm going to bring the straws so that you see what you are not getting. Actually, I think the deal that may deserve climate action risked human rights, but they came to an agreement. And it's an agreement that advances climate action. Okay, let's do democracy. Do you guys feel like your agreements, because I did say agreements, I didn't put T's and C's on it. Do you feel like your agreements deserve to be rewarded? Please look deep inside yourself as a person. As a person who has dignity. If you feel your agreements need to be rewarded, please put your hand up. All right, guys. With that, we come to the end of the exercise. I hope you guys learned a lot. You have been great sports. I will hand you back over to Pabi.
Thank you very much, Pato, for that energy-filled exercise. And I believe now we're ready for lunch, right? We still want to continue doing it. I think just as what Melovita talked about yesterday, Ari, even though we don't all go to COP, it'd be nice to have like an online participation of it for us to actually then see how stringent it is in the room when the chair is there and is saying, okay, AGN, now is your chance to make a statement. Okay, the US now. Okay, then China. Okay, then you see, and just be able to see what actually happens in the room. And I feel that means it's something that we can work on. And normally COP happens around November time, and it would be nice to see it. I see that every single time we do the simulation, it's always striking to the participants, and the engagement is always so high level. And I think we owe you now to have that actual virtual interaction, because there are rooms where we can have a virtual participation and actually get to see what happens in these rooms, right? But with that, thank you very much. A round of applause for our participation, for our statements, for our negotiating, and for our participation. And lunch is ready. The time is exactly 13:35. I'm just going to be lenient with us and say by 2:20, can we please be seated here? All right? Thank you very much. See you at 2:20. Lunch is served upstairs, again, where we had breakfast.
Oh, mama, tete, ma.
Dumelang. Dumelang bagaetsho. Le teng la tsoga. Le tlhotse. Le teng. Re enjoy le. Yo, what is enjoy? Re enjoy. Re itumeletse dijo tsa motshegare. All right. My vision one day. My vision one day, waban, gore re kgone gore re nne gone ha e be re bua ka climate change ka Setswana. Phetogo, I don't even phetogo a loapi akere. Gore ke batla gore ya ka tina ena bua relatable. Akere gore re kgone gore re hela ke kgona go tlotla hela le nna ke kgone ke tlotle hela ke ntse ke re witse gore phetogo a loapi. Ha re tseye sentle letsatsi le le ha re baballa letsatsi le le bogale le sunscreen le one ha e bereke, you get e beru sisira marag so it is very possible like if we take the initiative ka reka tlore ka moso ere ke a go tlhalosetsa batsedi ko masimo gore hey kana mme ha go batle re ira open farming hela go batla re sireleditse re ira ke tshepa gore my sister wa mahano na bua ka agriculture agro go sa teng re kgone go se bua ka Setswana wa bona re kgone go se bua ka Setswana le bone ba kgone go tlhaloganya gore ha re sustainable agriculture translation what do we mean like so that's my vision ke ke feel re hari le just transition ke ha re kgona go se bua ke kgona go bua ka Setswana ha re just transition re kgona go bua ka Setswana re fossil fuel re ska tswana license go right but be able to firmly stand and speak it from our mother tongue. I think that would be a different level of just transition, and that's my vision. And we'll hear from each one of us what more of our visions are. Thank you very much for keeping to time. A round of applause for that, please. I'm proud of each one of you. We made it on time, yeah? Thank you. So I believe the panelists today, everyone is now working according to my schedule, and we will get right into the program. We have different speakers taking us through different fields that they will relate also to just transition. And right about now, we will be hearing all things energy, water, and food systems by GreenX Consulting. And the speaker who is going to be giving us that presentation explores the sustainability lens. She explores the sustainability lens at the intersection of architecture, urban management, and the food, energy, water nexus. Practicing under her firm, 300 GreenX. Oh, okay. Hey, GreenX Consulting. Currently, her research is focused on analyzing the food, energy, water resource dynamics from the architectural lens in peri-urban households around Gaborone. She is a professional architect and a sustainable building design consultant certified as an EDGE expert. EDGE stands for Excellence in Design for Greater Efficiencies. A green building software and certification system. She lectures architecture technology courses on building systems, services, materials, and construction, at the University of Botswana. So I think it also does relate, as we keep on reiterating how climate change is cross-cutting. And today we will be hearing from somebody who is a member of the Green Building Council, who is an architect, who lectures. How then? And how bua? How bua? Because this is something that she does. Let us make welcome with a resounding round of applause, Bosa Mochotli. A round of applause for her, please.
Dumelang, Dumelang. How is everybody? You can't hear me. Oh my God. Is this better? Better. Okay, so I should. Okay. How's everyone? Kena Bosamo Chotli. Nice to meet you all. I think I missed a lot yesterday. By the look of things, today's session that we just had before actually is something that we need from the built environment. All these buildings that you guys are occupying, you're just occupying, but did you have a say in how they should be designed? Whether they keep you comfortable, whether you're safe in them? Let me take it home, actually. The households that you stay in. Imagine if you stayed in households that can produce water, energy, and food for you. If you had to reimagine how you live now, don't you think that's something we should be working towards? True. So I am Bosa, like I said, and I work in my consultancy firm called 3054 Greenex Consulting. People struggle to say out the numbers, but it's 3054 Greenex Consulting. What we do, we work with co-designing a nexus of green solutions for built and urban environments. What do I press again? Next, okay. Okay, about us, like I said, we specialize in designing, developing, and certification of sustainable built, not only built, but urban and rural environments through the integration of food, energy, water nexus systems. So we inspire to work with youth, hence we're here, to basically have workshops, trainings, and research that elevate climate action not only at local, but national and global levels. So our mission is aligned with Botswana's green transition goals. What is food, energy, water nexus? So the nexus basically refers to the interlinkages between the three resources: food, energy, water. These are key for human survival, right? I mean, when you think about it, all our daily activities, our survival is basically based off of these three resources. But there's a tendency to deal with them in silos. Our policies, there's a Ministry of Agriculture, right? There's a Ministry of Energy. There's a Ministry of Water. And they make daily decisions for us, overlooking the fact that all of these resources are interlinked, which pretty much makes up the nexus. If we were to look at the energy circle, energy is needed to extract and distribute water, right? Same thing when it comes to food, you need energy for crop irrigation and food processing. Yet again, if we look at food, you need food. If we link it to energy, you need energy to do a lot of processing for food production. Yet again, you still need it to irrigate. And when you look at water, energy production and supply depends on water resources. Even the production of food requires water for irrigation. Do you see the linkages within these resources? But tell me why our ministries are separated. And tell me why, at the end of the day, you find incentives and programs developed towards food, overlooking the fact that you need energy and water. If you look at Hakitsu Bosida, you are given seeds, but do you have the energy? Do you have the water? Why are they not helping you with, I don't know, water pumps to help you irrigate? Same thing with water. Why are they not looking at the whole system comprehensively? So these issues that I'm speaking to, I studied them on my master's in urban management at the urban scale, when we were trying to understand really at the urban scale, how can we impact policy development to be informed by what's actually happening on the ground. And that is where we discovered that even for us to achieve the SDG goals, we need to not approach them as silos, but treat them as interlinked systems that can be resolved as one unit, overlooking how siloed policies get to even go as far as developing programs and incentives that are siloed. So we cannot look at achieving zero hunger if we're overlooking energy and overlooking water. We can't talk about clean energy, not considering the impacts it has on water and food. We can't talk about water and overlook energy and food. So our policies and our systems that we operate off of on the ground need to be interlinked. So those were the key findings from the research on urban management. If we look at it at the grander scale of things, it's important. The session that we just had was mostly based off of everybody coming on board to have a say in how we develop our policies, how we develop our plans, how even we have to have a say in how these three key important resources are being managed or handled. So this boils down to understanding as a country, maybe say at the national level in Botswana, food, what are we importing, what are we exporting, how are we performing if we were to look at the food subsystem? Same thing with energy, what are we importing, what are we exporting, where are we as a country? All of these, what impact do they have on the climate? We need to be seeing them as service systems that and approach them in a sense of trying to reduce greenhouse gases, so that at least with climate change, we've already talked about these, it becomes important that as a country we have that strategy of how we deal or manage with these resources to mitigate climate changes. And when you look at the issue of land, it's what ties all of these three resources because it's the source of them. But how do we deal with the land such that we have strategies that efficiently manage the three resources also to mitigate climate change? So do you see the verb? Something similar to this needs to be developed, informed by you guys on the ground. A lot of times the decisions are made top, bottom, where you guys have no say, but you guys are at the bottom and need to really understand how the decisions that they make at the top affect you on the ground. The very session that we just had is a great example of how we should be working together, people on the ground, as well as experts and people at the top to come together and say, but this policy, it's not really benefiting us on the ground. How do we go about it to ensure that it speaks to the lived realities that we're experiencing on the ground? So under 3054 Greenex Consulting, we have a design research project called IQ Future Nexus, where we explore the interconnections between food, energy, and water in architecture. That's from the built environment, where firstly we want to integrate sustainable practices in food, energy, water in buildings. And then from then on, we want to design architectural spaces that promote food, energy, water sustainability. How do we do that? I've been speaking about the importance of participating. We just had a simulation that depicts a great example of how that should go about. Like I said, it has to be bottom-up. Bottom-up participatory system dynamics modeling. What we were doing, we were basically modeling the lived experiences that we experience on the ground. You get to really engage, and not only have research that is based off of books or your science, but your feedback becomes key in teaching us how we can bring all of this information together to inform not only our policies, but the programs that are developed on the ground to serve us. So typically, the qualitative part of the methodology involves developing causal loop diagrams. So a typical session that we just had, we would be engaging with community members, the likes of you guys, to get as much information on what your experiences are on the ground. And then we would also have stock flow diagrams, that's the quantitative part of it, where now we're involving stats and the numbers to really understand how we're performing in terms of food, energy, water nexus. So like I said, the stakeholder knowledge that we'll be gaining from you would be made up in the form of interviews, workshops, focusing on certain groups. And then ideally that would inform the nexus mapping, where we want to understand how complex the nexus system is on the ground. And then another way it would be to identify the challenges and discover the leverage points, which would speak to the sensitivity analysis of really, again, what is influencing the variables on the ground. And then scenario design and assessment would speak to scenario analysis, where we identify pathways and test solutions with you guys on the ground to understand really what your proposed solutions could be, besides what we propose via research. So basically, how we would go about it, we would co-design around the 3 systems, but in the built environment. The exact same way we were doing it, we come together, we found out the key issues that are concerning you guys, and then we find ways to co-design together. We're over that stage where architects and planners or engineers are the ones that just come propose something to you that you had no say in. We really want to understand how can the built environment actually turn you guys into producers of these resources. Why should it be centralized in a way that you depend on the government to provide you with these resources, but actually you can do it for yourself on the ground? Didn't we? We used to know how to collect water. We knew how to manage water. And the energy, the sun is right there for us to harness. Why can't we do this at the household scale? But because that's one way of dealing with the bills that we all have to pay on a monthly basis. So it's important that we understand why it's important to be independent in our own households. So what do we look at actually when we do these interactions or consultations with people on the ground? These are the daily water, blue for water. These are the daily uses for water in a typical house. So then it's important that we understand how you use water. Involving you also will have an impact in you changing your character in how you deal with water, or your perspectives of how you deal with water. Then it comes to energy as well. We start understanding what key activities you do, how you consume your food. Because if we don't know how much food you consume, how would we know the right amount of strategies of proposing how you can produce the food in the house? Sorry, green for food here. This is energy. Same thing with energy. How do you consume the energy? What's your consumption level of energy? And what can we learn from all of these issues? After breaking these down, we'll be doing this with you so that actually you understand the implications of it. So if we were to look at that at the household scale, energy, we break it down. How much energy is supplied to you? How much potential do you have to produce the energy? Same with water. How much water do you use or consume? And what's the potential of you recycling the water? Same with food. How much food do you consume? And what is the potential of your household producing food for you? So all of these breakdowns also, at the end of the day, boil down to you understanding the carbon emissions within your household. Essentially, we're trying to fight climate change, so it becomes one of the key variables that we should consider. And then Why? Where do I come in then? As an architect, my intent really is to create multifunctional spaces for your sustainable living through using the food, energy, water nexus. Why? Because we want to integrate these resources in the built environment to achieve that green architecture we always talk about. We want to design for community engagement. We want to encourage community participation in food production, in energy generation, and to produce shared responsibility for sustainability. We definitely have to come together to achieve all of these key issues. And then how else can we come up with innovations if they're not informed by you guys on the ground? So it becomes very important to do that from that perspective. We want to optimize resource efficiency, where we design for renewable energy integration, we design for water conservation through architectural innovation, and try to have the built environment produce food for us in our public spaces, even within the same buildings that we live in. So this is a typical case study of a regenerative village system. This is in Germany, where they managed to achieve a similar setup at a neighborhood level, where the community could independently produce their own food locally. They had developed many water management strategies and renewable energy uses that benefit the whole community. So beyond just your typical household that you stay in, essentially, how does the community come together to collaboratively come up with these strategies, which the findings or the outcomes of these engagements will then inform the policies that we talk about. So typically, this is a scenario of how it happens. We have a lot of dead space, a lot of old buildings that are no longer used. Example is just right here by the corner, right? Imagine the potential of such property. The property has the potential to not only produce food on the different levels that it has potential to collect water. It has the potential to produce its own energy. It could actually facilitate a lot of these issues beyond just being a dead building there. So how they develop the program, if you see there in the center, do you see? If you look at the food production one, we have a lot of green spaces versus how now we have a lot of built environment or a lot of buildings occupying a lot of our space. We need to go back to that. And how do we do that? This is where now architecture and planning comes in. We need to come up with these strategies not off of our heads, but through working with you guys, right? And now this is a typical program of how they developed it. So it's the total area, but the home, the strategy here was to develop greenhouse structures that are going to be added layers onto the existing structure. And then within these greenhouses, they're going to practice aquaponic agricultural systems. And if they're not using aquaponics, they could just produce food the normal way on the ground, which would be seasonal. And then we also have livestock. Because really in our communities, we have always had livestock. And how do we save the energy? How do we save the energy and share it together as a community? So pretty much that was the case study. I had a video, but then I realized that you guys are not from the built environment. It was too technical, but I hope it was. It's. But at least I chose a more simpler case study that really speaks to our context, because this is what applies to us. All of what is developed from this case study is what we do on a daily. So I'm very pleased, and I think going forward, I'm learning from you guys that before we can propose anything, actually, we should have a setup like this, a workshop where I get your lived experiences about these issues that we're facing on a daily, so that what we propose is actually what is relevant and suitable for us. We live in these buildings on a daily anyway, so it makes sense to ensure that they perform high in terms of food, energy, water, and access production. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Bosa, for that one. So I'm going to switch it up. We'll do Q&A after they've all presented, because we just have 3 people. Let's have them present, and then we'll do the Q&A so that we don't have conversations as we go. So I will be introducing the next presenter. She has a presentation also, so I think you can work on that one. She will be talking also all things around climate action, and she is a level 200 mechanical engineering student at Boost who founded Green Panther, as she states it, a very tired enthusiast, tired of constant talks, and is willing alongside her team of young leaders to break the barriers and execute big, impossible looking tasks to push for climate action in Botswana. So she really will be talking in line with going green or go home. That's how bold they are. So please, let's make welcome Kofiwa Moketsi. A round of applause for Moketsi, please.
Dumelang Tlabatung. I do not like quiet audiences. So when I say Akirim, I say yes. I get yes. I like that. My presentation is not showing, and that's fine, I guess. Like she has already stated, my name is Kofiwa Moketsi. Not Kofiwa with a W. Where there's a W, write an O. That's how you spell my name. I am the founder of Green Panther Botswana, which is something I started, like she stated, as a very tired enthusiast. A while ago on LinkedIn, I came across a post from somebody I follow. His name is Steve Mayer. And I really understood him when he talked about the fact that we're constantly talking. We're constantly inside a hotel and a summit with 5-star speakers, 5-star food, and then we talk and talk and talk, and we never really execute, right? And when I started Green Panther, that is exactly what I was looking at. I was looking at the fact that we're tired of constant talks, and now we're about to take accountability. We're about to push for those people who have promised to do specific things, for them to do them as they say they will. Is there any way I can place the mic? All right. So, like I stated, Green Panther is a youth-led movement that is focused on climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, and advocacy, as we know it, and youth empowerment in those lines. We believe that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but also the change makers of today. We work to empower youth with the tools and the knowledge that they need in order to catalyze the whole climate change movement. We realize how urgent climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation, and empowerment is. At the moment, we are way beyond global warming, and I'm pretty sure we are away. Most of the things that I'm going to mention here are things that were probably mentioned yesterday we are way beyond, or we've pushed that limit. There's no going back, right? So what we should be capitalizing on, or we should be focusing the most on, should be adaptation and change mitigation, right? So when we look at those from the NGO point of view, the most that we can do is tell and hope that it lands in the right ears, right? So like I said, the world is racing against that 1.5 tipping point. So we've reached a point called global boiling, where now we have to focus on how best to deal with with the problem that we have at hand at the moment. When we talk about action, we mean moving from conversation to impact. Awareness is important, but awareness without action is empty. Action means building the systems, creating the policies, and holding leaders accountable. And it means shifting from words to measurable outcomes. And that is what exactly Green Panther is focused on. Our vision is simple. We empower the youth and communities to lead sustainable change, and we do this through our main pillars, which are awareness, action, and accountability. When we look at what we focus on, I had a really good presentation for you guys. But anyways, when we look at what we focus on, which is adaptation and mitigation, we understand that in Botswana, adaptation is urgent. Our water systems are under pressure, way under pressure, and we need more investment in rainwater harvesting and drought-resistant agriculture. I'm pretty sure one of the organizations that's going to come up here is going to talk about how we can look at agriculture from a better point of view, a more comfortable point of view, PVS. Our towns and cities must include green planning. I'm so happy that an architect is in the audience, because then we know that now we know that there's that push for green buildings or a greener environment when we look at the building sector. The youth can play a role by pushing for policy reforms and leading sustainable lifestyle campaigns. What I realized about the climate action talk is that most of the time we look at it as a new toy and we're gonna get over it, or when we talk about it as, oh, that new thing, that new bright star, and then we talk about it and we just don't do anything about it. We have multiple summits and we just talk about it like it's that new aesthetic, and then we move on from it and move to what we've been doing. But it's better for us to look at it as something that we're going to transition into, like the theme of this event. It's better for us to look at it as something that we're going to, that's our new normal. That's something that we should look at as our new normal, right? So what Green Panther at the moment is already doing, as a non-governmental organization, we do not have a machine to show you and tell you that this is what we've done. This is a product we have made, right? Which is a bummer. But we have initiatives that we've already put in place and initiatives that we look to put in place. Because we look at youth empowerment, one thing that we have put in place is what we call Put Me On Fridays. Put Me On Fridays are, it's a Friday of sharing scholarships that are green energy related, opportunities, fellowships, and the like, which is super cool because it brings students, it brings the youth to that point of exposure, right? And then we have what we're starting called the Green Voices, where we put the youth who are already in the green space on the spotlight. Somebody that I can talk about is Tato from Dima Thrifts. He sent quite a beautiful email talking about how he's looking at thrifting from a sustainable point of view, which is something that is not very conventional because not everybody looks at thrifting from a sustainable point of view. So Green Voices puts people like that on the spotlight, right? The youth like that on the spotlight. We have the Shadowing series, where we give the youth the platform to shadow in green organizations. So if you have a green organization, or maybe organizations like B3, where we want students to be there or the youth to be there, seeing how they are working from a sustainable point of view, right? So we would really love for organizations to come out and say, no, we have that spot for your ambassadors. Speaking of ambassadors, we have a chain of ambassadors who we expect that to grow all over Botswana. But most of them are Gaborone based, but we expect that to grow, to have people who are behind the whole climate action and advocacy thing. And then in October, we plan to hold what we call a Green Policy Cafe, which is where it's an interactive workshop. It's very interactive, where we are going to be doing the exact same thing as the COP simulation, which was cool, where we now draft down policies that we think should be implemented as the youth, and we now explore the existing policies that should be helping us, right? In future, we plan to hold seminars where we invite architects, we invite engineers, where we would like for them to explain sustainability from their point of view. We would like for them to explain what they have done, what they plan on doing, from what they plan on doing regarding sustainability, what they've already done regarding sustainability. And then we have that conversation. Like I said, I hate places where we're not interacting. I don't like it. Summits where we just sit and do nothing. It's not nice. We have to have that conversation where we sit down and we debate. We have those panel discussions and the like. So these aren't dreams. They're action steps, as small as they may seem. They're action steps. When we look at taking action beyond Botswana, our vision extends beyond Botswana, which seems delusional, but trust me, it's gonna get there. All right, our vision extends beyond Botswana. We want to connect with the SADC youth and their movements and share knowledge across borders and build a regional network of climate leaders. Wouldn't it be nice to have a model COP in the SADC Union, right? Under Green Panther? That would be really cool. So digital platforms will help us scale beyond geography, because that is the platform that we have at the moment, right? Climate action must be global and not just local. Now we move to the challenges we face. But we know that youth-led movements all face challenges, especially in Botswana. Like any youth movement, we face challenges. Many youth are discouraged and disengaged. And I think that's why we look at it as a new toy. Like we just look at it from afar, because we are discouraged and we are disengaged. We are not in places where we're not in places where we can help make decisions, right? Even if we are put in those places, it's like, let's get to hear them so that they don't make noise. You know what I mean? So we are disengaged, we are discouraged, and the policy gaps make it harder to push for change. These challenges are real, but not the end of the story. They are not the end of our story. We are going to keep pushing because, like Tinaya mentioned, we are very angry, a group of people. And with being angry, we're very audacious. Like we want to push for quite a lot, and that's really beautiful, right? The solutions that we have already implemented towards the challenges, we use creativity and resourcefulness. Like I said, the platform that we have is digital, right? We don't have quite a lot of physical platforms. This started in May. So we use that creativity and resourcefulness. And so social media allows us to create our campaigns at a low cost. Partnerships would allow us to stretch resources, and we are looking for those partnerships. We are also investing in building leadership capacity so that the youth are trained and prepared to step into climate places with confidence, or climate spaces with confidence. We're giving the youth the platform to say, because you're interested in climate action, come and speak about it. Gain the confidence, gain that audacity, build on it, right? So yes, now it is a call to action to the people sitting in the audience. My message is very simple. Many of you are very young. You are from SSK. Very young people. If not you, then who? There's a lot of people who overlook this topic that you're here to explore. A lot of people who think about it as something very tiny. And a lot of people that don't want to look at it at all because it may be too big. And if they explore it, they're going to think, oh my gosh, that's going to pour into my daily life. Now I don't have to use a plastic straw, but a plastic straw is what's near. Now I don't have to use a plastic bag, but a plastic bag is what's near. So if not you, then who? And if not now, then when? Because, man, I really want to see us in like 10 years. But you don't know if those 10 years are guaranteed. Because it just it keeps getting hotter. It is August. It's August. It's August. December is coming. If it's hot now, what do you think is going to happen in December? Or next year, December? That's going to be crazy. I won't even be caramel skinned anymore. So many of us are going to be way darker. It's going to cause, it's a ripple effect with a lot of sicknesses that come with it, right? So climate change doesn't wait, and it knows no borders. Just because we're Botswana doesn't mean we can't change a thing. I remember some speaker said that if we add a drop in the ocean as Botswana, how about everybody adds that many drops into the ocean and see what happens? You understand? So climate change does not wait. We need every single person in the room to commit to at least one action in the summer. And I'm talking commit, not talk about it and then get out of the room and tell us you're going to give us money and then go. No, that's not what we want. This is an actual problem. We may not have seen it as an actual problem 5 years ago. Now it's burning now. Now we are in trouble. So it's something that we should really look into. Action is collective, and in as much as there's very few of us here, it starts here, right? There doesn't have to be too many people, right? We all have to commit to something and say that this is what we're going to do. The voice that you have, or the opinion that you have, trust that if you voice it out, it's going to get to the right ears. To close, I will leave you with one question. What action will you take in your community tomorrow? What's the one thing that you feel like when you leave here you want to stop doing, right? You know, when you get into church and the pastor airs out your business and you feel like this is something I want to stop. We're in that setting right now. Pick that one thing that you're doing that is not sustainable and it is not pushing for climate action. Pick that one thing and say, okay, this is what I'm going to stop doing. I'm going to stop using plastic. I'm going to stop using these straws. I'm going to stop using these cups. I'm going to pick that one action. Pick a sustainable action that you want to continue with. And with that, I will be closing my presentation. Any questions that you may have, please ask me outside the summit room. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hofiwa, for that. As I did mention, I will call all the three speakers to sit down just for a few minutes for Q&A. Right now, I'd like to welcome our last speaker and note that, you know, even in climate change issues, we also recognize gender equality, right? And the gender balance has been impeccable all through the 2 days, and I'm loving that for us. This gentleman is also a level 400. The last speaker was a level 200. And then the first speaker was talking 3054. Good numbers, you know? I love it. Hobo COP 28, COP 29, COP 30. So we're all, it's a similarity thing. So he's a level 400 civil and environmental engineering student and a founder of the Pioneer Venture Society, whose main goal is to create a culture for the youth to start entrepreneurial ventures and learn how the entrepreneurial history works in Botswana. He will be talking about AgriNova, an agricultural network of opportunities that value addition and advancement, linking it to the just transition. A round of applause, please, for Kitso Fani.
Good afternoon. Yeah. So. Okay. Hey. All right. So I am from the Pioneer Venture Society, and like my logo here, I'm from Bust, just like Hofiwa. She's actually my Secretary General. So yeah. So, well, my speech is not, I don't think it's going to be too long. Yes. So I will be talking this time agriculture, right? And linking it to the just change. So, as we know, agriculture now is a trendy thing, it's the in thing. Like everyone wants to do it, right? Everyone is planting potatoes, tomatoes. Our parents are retiring to the farms. And then also with the dwindling population of cattle, a majority of people are pouring into that space, right? So now that pouring, it can end up being the very thing that leads to our agricultural failure. What do I mean by that? So the first thing is that, well, the speech is going to be centered around these three, but it's not just the only three. One, deforestation, right? We clear out the land so that we can farm, we can operate our gardens there, right? And that leaves the soil exposed and vulnerable to winds, and etc., right? As well as cattle methane. There's a project that is ongoing to get Botswana's cattle to around 5 million, right? You can imagine how much methane is going to be produced from the cow dung and all that, right? And then as well as water stress. If I can ask right now, if any of you has a farm, or your parents have a farm, or a relative you know has a farm, they probably drilled a borehole last year or this year, or sometime very recently, right? Yes, that just means that we're drawing out not on surface water, but also underground water, right? So, why do these things matter? Well, as it is, just like Hofiwa had mentioned, we are already past preventing global warming. It's arrived, right? And then also with us targeting to get our cattle to 5 million, I think around 2015 we had a drought, as well as in 2019, and those droughts, they accounted for about hundreds of thousands of cattle losses, and Gamiland recording about 40,000 deaths of cattle alone, right? So this is just to say, to bring up that as we jump into agriculture, we should not forget that us just jumping into it can create a problem for the very sector that we're hopping into. And then moving on, so now I want to, there's this thing that I like about you students. I've seen it mostly with them, which is that just like she was very, she said she's a tired, yes, enthusiast, right? We're more focused on starting, right? Even if we fail, we just want to start, right? So right now, I'm just after listing those three problems, I'm just going to hop into like the practical solutions that we can just start off right now Either you're going to do it yourself, or you're going to tell your friend, your relative, your parents, whoever, right? And they are not complicated. Every time we have conversations about important things, we always complicate things. We give such and such terms, far-fetched things. Now, these are just going to be things that you can just go and do like before the end of tonight, right? Or share, that is, yes. Number one is that at these farms that we're all going to and starting out, we should have tree belts. It's a simple thing. We have windbreakers at our farms, at our gardens, right? That keeps the area cool. It also protects the plants as well as the soil, right? That prevents us from using fertilizers, because fertilizers react with microbes in the soil, producing nitric oxide and all that, and more global warming, right? And then the next thing is that for our cattle, since we want to grow them and we want to enjoy the monies that we are going to benefit, because our beef is the best quality in the world, right? Let's mix their feed with molasses and sunflower cake. Simple. It's going to give them high protein, high energy. They're going to grow faster. And this is essentially just shrinking the time for them to be growing, right? And then the next thing is manure management. As our cattle releases the cow dung and all that, we just collect that, we make that, turn that into fertilizers, right? We don't just let it be there, lying there. It then reacts and then it produces methane. And methane is about 28 times, it contributes at about 28 times what carbon dioxide alone contributes to global warming, methane. All right. And then for water use, as we drill our boreholes, something that I doubt we know is the recharge rate of our boreholes. As you draw out water, how much water goes back into that borehole, right? This is just to say, as we keep on thinking that boreholes is the safe way, is the best way to run into, let's not forget that they are not eternal. They're gonna run dry, right? That is just not sustainable, as we say it here, right? Hey. So let us monitor that. Let us use them properly, and then plan out I don't want to say escape plan, but for the lack of a better word. Then we should also reuse grey water. Again, this is a solution that has been there. I repeat these things because almost every one of us here knows them, if we don't all know them. And the reason I am saying them is just for emphasis, emphasis, and emphasis. Okay. Then moving on to crop farming. Let's simply use the CESA program, which is the Specialized Economic Zone Agency, right? They identify this place is best for these crops, that place is best for that, so that we prevent using maybe planting potatoes at an area where you're going to have to add a lot of fertilizers there, right? And to produce fertilizers, you use fossil fuels, the fertilizers react with the air and all that. It's just a whole long process, right? So we should take advantages of such agencies. Then the other one is practicing crop rotation, again to reduce us having to use more fertilizers, right? Then logistics. There was a very, I don't know if it still exists, a very amazing initiative of the Botswana horticultural market, right? Where they were storing horticultural produce in a single area, right? And then it was sold off to your shops, Spar, Choppies, and the like. So this one, we should just, as we are now getting into horticulture, let's work together to say, oh, my neighbor is also doing this thing, and then our next neighbor is doing the same thing, right? Instead of me having to buy my own truck, my neighbor having to buy their own truck. Let's just use one. Again, let's work together. Let's collaborate. In that way, we can even reach we can reach exponential profits by collaborating, right? And then also by collaborating, we can then also invest on cool storages where we can store our horticultural produce, like by contributing. Because I remember with the agricultural horticulture market, they managed to raise about 800,000 just to start that whole facility. And that just shows that if we can work together, we can do amazing things. And then, yes, so what does AgriNova do? Pardon me, let me use my, I'm on acne change, so it's dehydrating. So what does AgriNova do? The Agricultural Network of Opportunities and Value Addition and Advancement. What we're saying is we're calling upon the youth, as well as Botswana in general, to look at agriculture in a different manner. Don't just think of it as the muddy tractors having to be cultivating the whole day. Look at it at a more broader perspective, at a value chain perspective, right? For us, maybe let me use BU students as an example, right? When you go to the farm, think of, okay, they're doing this in that way. How can they improve it? What can they do better, right? Because in school, and this is, there are a lot of, I bet there are a lot of students here, because I see these faces very young. There's what is called problem-based learning. And with that, a student will do everything in their power to pass, right? That is what I know. We can sleep at 4 a.m. to wake up at 6 a.m., right? Just because we want to pass. Now, what AgriNova strategy places itself as is that these problems don't just bring imaginary problems for us to work on as projects. Bring real problems that we can work on, right? Because we will do anything in our power to pass. For myself, to even get to level 400, I can't tell you how many sleepless nights I've had. Now imagine if I was working on a problem that is of our country. I would have maybe came up with a solution for it, right? So yeah, that is holistically, that is the essence of AgriNova and how it has positioned itself. Now, we also want to open up our eyes to really understand the entire agricultural value chain. That is from planting, right? There's processing, right? But to get the produce to a processing plantation, there's logistics, right? We need to make sure that our logistics doesn't also harm the environment, right? It is efficient enough to do that, as well as processing itself on its own, right? Even the sale, where do we sell? At butcheries and all that, there's logistics involved. We can use artificial intelligence for integrated farming and precision farming. That is applying the right amount of water and fertilizers at the right places, right? At specific places at your farm, right? And then by so doing, we can achieve a secular agricultural economy where nothing is wasted because we care about the environment, we care about the profits, we also care about, yes. So, well, yeah, that was that. And then as a conclusion, I don't have anything inspiring. And if I did, I wouldn't want to share it. That is because I don't think that anything I can say now will necessarily change your life. You already have it within you to change your life or to do something. It's just a matter of you going to do it, right? And that is what I will leave you guys with. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Now I'd like to call them forth to just come and join me taking their seats. Bosa, Hofiwa, and Gitzo, please come and just take a seat here. And I love how everyone is just admonishing us to do something, right? I know it comes with the perks of speaking. You have to answer a few questions. And as they were talking, I was just reminded to say, what are we actually leaving each one of us with? From the conversations that we're having, from the networks that we are making, and the interactions that we're having in the room, what are we actually leaving here with? And from my perspective, is just to say, please, at a touch of your button or just you scrolling on your phone, in any industry that you're in, just go online, Google Botswana's climate policy, download it. It's 38 pages. Go through it. Fortunately, even for us nowadays, you can upload it and the AI will tell you a summary, but at least just so that you understand in your field, what does government say about advancing your work. There is the National Adaptation Plan framework for Botswana, which was published in June 2020. There is the Botswana's long-term vision, which is a 2050 plan. You can also go and read on it and try to understand how the Botswana's 2050 long-term vision for low carbon and resilient development. What are they talking about, right? Download such documents and see what they mean to you. By virtue of being here, I do believe you are quite interested in all of that information. And then also, the other one is the nationally determined contribution, which you can also just Google and also familiarize yourself with, say, the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, just to familiarize yourself, even to benchmark and understand what other countries are doing and what you'd like to see in your country, because there's capacity building in those platforms. You can learn in terms of what climate action means in Thailand, what climate action means in the Philippines, and what you can relate and try and implement in your country. Yes. Now Q&A, you've heard them. What is it that you'd like to understand further? I am getting a question each for the speakers, and then we're rounding it up. Yes, we have one question. Please, I gave you all the time. Today I'm not going to pause and then go back again. We're taking them. Right? Alright. Please.
This question is directed to Gitzo because I want to ask him, he spoke some good examples for how we can improve our farming methods. But also what I want to actually understand is how we are the future. Yes, the youth are the future. But also we must remember there are people who came before us. Those people have knowledge. We don't sometimes, I guess. If we look in this room, that we are most of us are youth, I guess. But though, let's be honest, the percentage, if you look at the percentage on who mainly does farming, it's obviously gonna be the older ones, because we, for some reason, this generation, guys, sorry for saying this, we are corrupt. We can't live one day without Wi-Fi. Anyway, I wanted to know how are you gonna change the mind? Some people, I can describe my uncle right now. I can give him an example on how to do something without actually harming the environment. He drives a 22-year-old cruiser that emits more gases than any other thing I ever seen. But he doesn't want to change it. So how can we change their minds? Because they are the ones that actually are in control now. We will be in control in the future. This is that time, because we don't actually do much.
Alright, thank you. Another Go na le a ga kitso ya re kopa ya ga bosa le ya ga go fiwa.
Oh, there's another one for Hofio.
So okay.
My question is, you stated gore you provide help to youth, I guess. But though now, if right now you go to my school and look at my classmates, they know what they're going to die eventually because of climate change, but they don't actually care because they feel like this isn't worth my time. You said that, but though how are you going to actually convince them? Because I didn't actually hear you say it. Because right now, the reason me and Donald are here is because we just want to live, guys. Ish.
All right. Yeah, there's another one. This side. Another one? No one's hand.
Good afternoon. Yes, mine is not a question actually. It is just a plea to the presenters. Yes, I came here to take part in this proceedings because I'm an ambassador for a program that is geared towards the entrepreneurs in Africa. So what we target are recent graduates and the small startups. And then what I've actually realized over time as an ambassador is that we try to work in silos. We are very fragmented and we are trying to push for the same things. So in passion, like you just mentioned that, or Hofua mentioned that she's very tired. Some get tired and fall off and the journey ends. But it will be much better to always collaborate. From this engagement, we carry it forward. Why I came here, for me, it has always been about all like, I don't know if it's yesterday or this morning. Somebody was even mentioning lithium batteries. But in my team or my fellows, we have somebody who's actually come up with a very innovative idea of utilizing the sodium to actually create batteries. So these are some of the interventions that we have the solutions on the ground. But the main problem is I run a project which actually looks at a progression of 8 months. After that, when the fellow gets off, that's the end of it. So there's no progression. But right now, what I'm engaged with, the conversation we just had, I've approached the government once again. We've had MOUs, we've had platforms, but there's no post-program support. So my plea to you guys is to stay on, let us collaborate, let us make sure that we own this, because I like the t-shirt that our facilitator was wearing. The waiting, we can't be waiting. We are supposed to be the starters. So let us carry it on. Let us do the most that we can. And I'm looking forward to many engagements, guys, because most of us, we have innovative ideas. We have fellows who are in our networks who have the solutions. The only thing that they lack is platforms, is opportunities. So my plea is to you guys, carry on, have the fire, and more things are coming where we are going to work in collaborations. So we'll be looking for you guys to come on board. Thank you.
There's, yeah, you can give them and then to her.
Duela, I don't know if mine is a comment or a question, but I'm going to be very honest. When I came here this morning, we were about green. I was like, guys, we're always having these conferences every time. Until I heard Rufua talk, I was very, very, I don't know what's the word, but I really loved her presentation about how she talked about it's time to take action. And that's when I looked at myself, right? Where I work, we deal with a lot of business executives, right? So when we tell them, you guys should try and do things that are good for an environment, it always sounds like Rabatludia or something like that. Until as of recent, one of them just, instead of using branded bottle plastics, they decided to do what you guys did with these things. So it takes time, but the word eventually does get to them. So I really do want to get on the work that she did. And guys, please check out that Instagram. It's so cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Mamu Choti. Okay. I want to understand, as an architect, how far are you, or have you ever started exploring plastic brick movement, because it's an in thing now. I want to understand if we try to venture into it as Botswana, will we achieve it, or is just going to be something that is for Mr. Trump kwa hela kana yang, and Trump wa ke re ra. And get my little brother here, Mr. Kito, when we Harad Sakanya mentality is not only for the grandpas only and the youth. The people, the middle people themselves, the farmers, they have this. I was a president for Youth Entrepreneurship Networking Club at Buan. We're trying to teach farmers how to actually collaborate, not the business proposal, but how to actually go to how to talk, how to network. That's basics of it. So we were having a challenge. Yeah, we are fighting capitalism. So everybody wants to fight, but individually. So I want to understand, in terms of you, I believe you want to bring back cooperative movement. So I want to understand how you challenging mentality. I see the scope. I see it's a very good thing that you're doing. But if you can't change my mindset, if there's nothing you can do about it. So how are you trying to challenge the mindset? Yeah, because that's where the problem is. And I also want to add something. I believe she touched on our host here touched on it, Kantela, about our Setswana speaking and when we're trying to engage with the community. And I always my friends say orata hore it's a song for me all the time, because like again. But I want to challenge you too, and when you're doing your movement, you should go to these primary level schools and try to say whatever it is you're saying to them. And if they don't understand, then you're doing a bad job. You should go back and try again, because if they can't hear you, then you're not saying anything. So the next Botswana can't automatically. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll get the last one.
Hi.
Yes.
So to me is Bosakir Mamushutli. So as architect, there is this thing from when we're doing the 2050 plan framework for Botswana. There this guideline where we have the 8 pathways that were guiding us. We have looking at the transboundary problems. How do we curb them? And le the financing model. So how does one who want to have a house that will do all those things, looking at how I don't want to rub the government on the bedside, but let's say physical planners with the councils. So they will tell you that this is the plans that they want, and you can see that this plan is not climate resilience. So how do you keep such things so that you can have all these issues made into one? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for that interaction. Now we're taking it to the speakers. Each one of you can respond to the questions again, and then in your answering, you are also wrapping up. Thank you.
Similar, because mine was there's not many questions for me. I would like to first thank Nelson and the sir behind him for emphasizing that I don't think I'm ever going to fall off. Like I said, I'm tired, but I'm not exhausted. I'm tired as in I have the zeal to push beyond the borders. My exec here also has the zeal to push beyond the borders. I'm here with 3 beautiful ladies, by the way. My Secretary General, my Vice President, and my outreach lead. We are tired and we want this as much as everybody in the room wants it, right? So we're not gonna fall off, trust me. For your question in the back there, what we would like to push for, which I didn't mention, I don't know why I didn't mention this, but it's something that we would like to push for, something that I don't see happening as much in schools, is changing the curriculum. I remember when I was doing Form 5, that was 2 years ago, 2 years ago. Okay. And I remember they chucked out the section of geography that was talking about the glaciers and them melting and all that, and talking about very pressing areas of climate change. And we didn't really talk about them. It goes to show you that most of them are trying to run away from the situation, which isn't cool, right? Because it's something we're facing, right? So what we would love to do is push for a change in the curriculum, not only at your level, not only at junior secondary, not only at senior secondary, but even at the lower levels, to push for climate change science to be in the curriculum from the baby books, those books that you flip and you find the sun standing up, those ones, we start from there, right? And we push through to all the BGCSE, IGCSE, JC textbooks in order for that to be implemented, I guess, in the schools. And then the nice part is, because you don't want it to just be something that the student will cram past and forget, because I'm pretty sure we all did that. I cram past, I didn't cram to forget, but I crammed and passed, and I don't want it to be something that we all cram past and forget, or we just get in there only to learn in order to pass Form 5 or in order to pass Form 3. No. We should have, in as much as Kitso had talked about those project-based learning simulations that we have at Boost, I think it would be nice to have those in primary or in secondary, right? Something that is solving a problem. Maybe a simulation of an anaerobic digester, right? Something that's going to process waste in the school. I get maybe have, instead of going to buy trees and taking them and planting them, I think it would be nice to go to a piece of land and have, indigenous fruits just grow anywhere, right? If we have their seeds, maybe we can just throw them, like just have how people throw their heads during graduation? Yeah, just throw them and, have that there, right? Things that can thrive but are also creating that sustainable environment for us, right? So that climate change science being introduced into the school curriculum, the project-based learning being in the school curriculum, something easy but very effective for the students. Yes.
All right. Well, I had 2 questions, but I think they were asking the same thing, right? Well, I will take us back to the time when our former president got into presidency. He always preached mindset change, right? Mindset change, mindset change. It took a while for it to get traction, up until when we were sort of forced to do the things that we had to do, right? That was when we had no vegetables, when they weren't coming, right? In fact, it was after COVID, right? Yes. After that situation showed us that we were at a huge risk, and that we should start producing for ourselves, right? So now I'm not saying that I agree with everything that was done, but the concept is, it is very difficult to change someone's mind, right? And to foster a mindset, unless you make it, you create a situation where it is it becomes a logical reason to do it. Like it makes sense for me to do it, right? And with that, to respond to you, it's just a matter of being persistent, right? First, let me answer to the little guy first. Like, do it anyway. I remember looking at myself when I started PVS. My parents didn't know about it, or They didn't, no interest whatsoever, right? Even with what I had to say, right, with regards to how I think about entrepreneurship and all that. But the fact that I kept on doing it and doing it and doing it, and that they are seeing something, that there's something here, that is when now you start seeing a different response, right? So it just goes back to one drop may seem insignificant, but a million of them are eventually gonna make a tsunami, right? So it's just a matter of you doing it anyway, right? Like, don't give up. Exactly. And then, as for you, it's just for us to. It's very difficult, your question, but we should just keep preaching it as well. Like, where we stand, I really agree with you, and it is a problem that I have also noticed. Right now, as we operate at Boost, we're not the only social club there. Well, in fact, we're not even a social club. We're like big. Hey. But we're seen as competition. We're competing with hiking clubs and all the likes, but we're not even competition. It's just in our minds. But what we do is just we reach out anyway, and here and there we do get collaborations, right? So I think it's just for those who can collaborate, it's just a matter of them just to keep reaching out, just like it was done with. I will keep using this example because it's a very good one. The Botswana horticultural market. I don't know how they made it happen. Once I figure out, I will have a very good answer. Yes, I will check it out. Hey, do you both feel okay?
Okay. Am I audible? Sustainable building materials with low impact on the environment. I'll take you back to how we used to build back in the day. Adobe, nere aga matlo a Setswana, akere? And that is what is considered to be what we should be doing now. If you look at the clay bricks we were using, the thatch, these are all biodegradable building materials that would decompose back into the environment and emit less gases. And we don't have any manufacturing processes that emit gases to produce or manufacture these building materials. We've created a lot of waste. Yes, plastics are number one to actually start manufacturing plastic bricks. We had, may his soul rest in peace, Mr. Litsogile Onarutako, University of Botswana, teaching environment and comfort and energy efficiency in buildings. He had developed a prototype, a housing unit. I think he was working with Botswana Innovation Hub. That model has been developed go Lobsec, the secondary school there. I haven't been there in a while, but I think it's worth going there to actually see. It's such prototypes that I think we should go back and rethink. But what's challenging us mostly, I think, our manufacturing industry. It also speaks to, I think they said they've stopped importing cement recently. Building materials like that, which emit a lot of carbon, are bad, and we should stop it. I think it's an opportunity for us as youth to take up such opportunities. Or how can we dig and find out what we can do to develop these manufacturing processes that would improve the cement, so that we reduce the cement content but increase more of our locally sourced building materials. If it's not soil, it can be byproducts from agriculture. Hemp. Why don't we have hemp bricks? Brick panels made out of hemp, ceiling panels. There's a lot we could do. It's yet again another opportunity to have the youth take up these opportunities and manufacture these building materials. it's really on us at this point, like you said. So another question was speaking to planning issues. Planning issues, would they allow us to actually develop sustainable buildings? It's a tough one. You spoke about how you guys want to work on developing green policies. It starts there. I think on my presentation also I did stress that our policies are misaligned. They don't really solve the problems on the ground. So which is why then with 3054 Greenex Consulting, I really saw it important to fill in that gap of saying, but we need to find out what you guys really want, the lived realities or the experiences you have on the ground that show that the built environment is really not good for you. It's not safe, it's not healthy, it's not comfortable for you guys. So go botlhokwa gore re nne le di-methodology tse di tsayang information mo go lona to feed onto these planning policies which are misaligned. Yes, even our building control code is focused more on ticking boxes, really, more than showing or demonstrating on the ground that we are taking action as built environment professionals to improve. Ghana, the built environment alone constitute 40% of these emissions. So, I will say, yet again, it boils down to us as the architects, engineers, and planners to take that effort. Ha ke go designela ntlo, I need to really understand what your needs are, which is why I came up with this Greenex proposal of how do you live in your household? How much water do you consume? What opportunities are there for me to design roofs that collect water for you? How can I design spaces and lay them out in a way that I do accommodate spaces for you to produce food? Can't I propose renewable sources of energy that you can use? Beyond that, how do I have the building perform well in terms of consuming these resources? So yes, we are still struggling with coming up with these policies that are solving all of these issues, but it starts with me and you deciding to improve how we design. Me designing for you is us designing together. If we co-design and fill these gaps, I think we can do it. Again, we can start off by demonstrating. I just gave an example of a demonstration project, Kolobatse. We need funding to demonstrate on the ground. I think the research is done. We know why it's important to design buildings that are suitable for environment, contextualized to how we live, not just a prototype that is copied from another type of an environment which has nothing to do with how we live here. So it's on us, and I am advocating for that and standing to say I can do that for you. Thank you.
Because that's exactly what we need, eh?
That's what we need. I think councils like the Botswana Green Building Council, there's that attempt. Also, I think I'm also pushing for the same thing with AAB. It's an association for architects. We're still focused on the typical planning, building control issues, really overlooking the impact that these buildings have on the environment. So developing those policies, I think, is also what led me to do urban management. It's to say, between the urban planners and the architects who design on the ground, who's actually managing these urban areas and ensuring that we implement on the ground? We have policies, a lot of policies. Are they speaking to what's happening on the ground? No. So as an architect, I saw it fit to then say, how do I extract the realities from the ground so that they feed how planners develop the policies, and then these can be aligned to what people need. Our built environment is really that cold environment that's supposed to be sheltering us, but I think it's doing the opposite. Thank you. I think.
And then also, can I please, we can have your Instagram handle. It's happening that side. Please share.
Yeah. It's Green Panther Botswana. Just, yeah. no spaces. Just Green Panther Botswana. I think we're the only Green Panther, not I think. We are the only Green Panther Botswana. So if you just look up on Instagram, you will find us. On TikTok too, we recently started our TikTok page. There's nothing, but go follow, because there's something coming. Yes. Yeah.
All right. That is quite great. I'm feeling a bit lenient. Anyone wants to? Anything? Nobody? Oh, okay.
This is just a comment. Me Bono. I love your concept, and I think with the Bono housing, yes, it would be perfect because harusu hwagiwi matlo a mantsi, and we still have the opportunity to explore there, looking at how the houses are going to interact with each other, and in terms of water, in terms of food. So I think your project would actually benefit Botswana ka bontsi.
Is that all? Okay.
This is more of a comment than actually a question, but it seems like I'm sorry, I'm bad at remembering names. It seems like from what I've heard from Gitso and Boasa, from what I'm hearing is that we should return to our roots. That's what I'm hearing. We should go back to our roots. Use our traditional buildings, use our traditional techniques. We should cooperate again, just like how we did in the past. So that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm understanding from what I'm hearing.
Yes.
I had something I wanted to say. It just flew. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause, please. That is amazing work that they're doing. Amazing work that they're doing, and thank you very much for the initiative that you are that you are doing in your communities. And just encouraging those around you to be part of the action, to be part of the justice, as we call it, as the NGOs do it, climate action, climate justice. Transparency, #transparency. Right. I don't know if the people who are controlling can just display, but there's a link. I can't and then we just saw the nice slideshow that they did, right? But I think they could also just display like the link where we can just download the picture so that we can also post ourselves. Oh, it's a QR code. So I'm giving us an opportunity to, so that take a Green Panther, I was there. PVS. Oh. PVS, if she's your executive, there's a social media. Okay, yes. PVS as well. Please, #PVS as well. How to get program? How's the name? Okay. I'm confirming. At the end of the program, what are you doing? I cannot be left behind. Me too, movement. Okay. Yeah, that's a view gallery. Oh. Okay. No, let's give a round of applause to our production team, hey? On time, very much on point and on time. So we can go down memory lane again and remember all that we were doing the past 2 days. Rather, they'll populate on this one for day 2 again. So even for day 2, it will definitely be ready tomorrow. So you can download your picture and then hashtag Green Panther, hashtag LCOY 2025, tag Sustain 267, and we're live even on Facebook on the Sustain 267 page, so you can even see the footage there as well. And as we get to rounding off, all our contributions, as I was encouraging us to interact, is really in line with producing a paper that is in all things youth inclusion to the just transition again. So we will be giving an opportunity to Boitumelo Marumo just to take us through that rounding up and the presentation of what the statement already has currently. Emma Hofiwa. The highlights of, yes. Yes, Instagram as well as Facebook, on all our social media platforms. We'll definitely do all of that. All right. So now I'm handing over to Boitumelo as she will be giving us the updates and everything around the statement. A round of applause for Boitumelo, please.
I didn't rush you, right? Okay. Hi, everybody. It's been a very hectic 2 days. So everything that we've been doing has been leading towards this particular document. But if you were here last year, you will notice a few changes, if I could say, or the way that we've presented it, because we realized as we were compiling the notes that there's not a lot of talk about the just transition. It's only today that there was a lot of talk about the just transition and be on theme with why we're here today. Yes, it's important to talk about climate change, but the theme is on just transition, right? So we thought it is best to extract content that explains it, that highlights the challenges and the recommendations and the key insights. And then from there, we're going to extract the youth statement. I don't know if I can read. My battery is low on the laptop. It's about 10 pages long. I'll be reading. You'll be reviewing. If there's something that you feel like we didn't represent it correctly or how it was discussed, please feel free to let us know. Yeah. Okay, so based on the key perspectives on a just transition, these are some of the definitions which were given by some of the speakers that we had. First, Chimbi viewed it as a partnership that ensures that no one is left behind. For her, it's about combining the perspectives of both the government and the youth to create a unified vision. Tepiso defined it as, he defined it through the lens of climate development. He believes that it's about creating a sustainable future where the voices of the youth are heard and their actions today lead the fight against the climate crisis. He emphasized the need for young people to be deliberate in their efforts and to spread awareness and take action, while Lebogang echoed Tepiso's sentiment, agreeing that a just transition requires youth to step up. Rahopolang touched on the intergenerational aspect. He argued that major decisions regarding a just transition are being made now, and they must be based on a collaboration between the older and the younger generations. He believes that the older generations should impart knowledge to the youth while creating policies that genuinely benefit them, not just themselves. While Rebaone, from yesterday, while we were sharing the touching stories, she said that the just transition is about everything, not just the environment. It includes everything, not just the environment. She spoke about the health sector, if we remember correctly. And yesterday as well, Remo Ketsi was talking a lot about climate change, but he also touched on the green transition and its benefits, where he mentioned how it enhances energy security, it helps with economic growth and reduces energy costs, while there will be less dependence on energy sources such as it should be fossil fuels. He emphasized the green buildings as a central pillar. I'm so happy that we had that presentation today, Ways. Yeah, that presentation really clarified on that. Please, which one is which? Is it me or you? Okay, yeah. The green buildings are a significant source of greenhouse gas emission. No. Powering buildings is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions due to the reliance on fossil fuels for electricity. Therefore, a core component of the transition is shifting towards green buildings. The generation of electricity and heat from fossil fuels is a major contributor to climate change. A just transition must involve a shift to cleaner energy sources to power buildings and industries. The felling of trees releases stored carbon dioxide, trapping it into the atmosphere and leading to a global warming. He emphasized that the conservation and reforestation must be central to any transition strategy. He also talked about vehicles, how they release significant carbon emissions and other dangerous gases. This perspective calls for a policy-driven transition towards emission-free transport system, similar to what we've seen in other countries. The goal is to reduce air pollution and its contribution to climate change. Go down a little bit. Yes, he also talked about landfills and how they release methane. It's a call for a transition towards a more sustainable waste management practices such as recycling, etc. So what I just read is how we defined the just transition at this particular conference. This is how it looks like it means to the people who were in the room. If you feel like it's not being represented correctly, and if you feel like there's something that should be added or subtracted, you may tell us so, and exactly at which point we should clarify. It's cool? Yeah.
I would like to ask if you didn't touch on the parts where the deputy PS was talking, because she made a remark towards the end of the Q&A, and then the UNDP representative also led us into what other initiatives are done under the UNDP. She talked about the Thailand policy incubator and how it could tie in even for us.
Okay, we've structured that in the document. There's some thematic areas that we've expanded on from yesterday's presentation. There's also some challenges that we listed, some recommendations, and some opportunities as well. So this was how this room was defining the just transition. So I wanted to know if it's okay with you the way the room defined the just transition. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I hope this is not a dumb comment. I also wanted to maybe suggest that we add that a just transition also constitutes recognizing and looking out for the livelihoods of the people, because we understand it's not easy to transition from a fuel-based economy to a clean energy-based economy, but it's something that I've seen pop up in different phrases in the first pages of the part, but the livelihoods of the people, I feel like it's something that we need to actually emphasize. Thank you.
Okay. The just part of the just transition. Yeah, the note takers are taking note of that. So we will comb through the notes again to see where it's been touched upon. But it has been a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna start it over like yesterday with the different themes, such as this one on institutionalizing youth voices in transition policy making. So the youth must be formally represented in decision-making structures, including climate councils, energy boards, and transition-related task forces at a local and national levels. It is important that all ministries work towards this goal. The private and the energy sectors can help create jobs and aid the just transition strategy. A just transition is one that is inclusive of everyone, ensuring that no one is left behind. This includes establishing youth, climate and transition advisory councils linked to ministries and parastatals, ensuring policy processes integrate youth perspectives. It also includes enacting legal and policy frameworks that mandate youth consultation in the design, implementation, and evaluation of just transition policies, and to establish a national youth policy lab or a similar body to systematically test and provide feedback on new policies. As highlighted by the example of the failed food policy, this would ensure policies are inclusive and effective, preventing the waste of resources. If there is any line that I'm reading that you feel like should be modified or reviewed somehow, please do let me know. It also includes to support, collaborate with, and invest in youth-led organizations and coalitions working on climate justice, renewable energy, and sustainable livelihoods. Develop digital platforms and knowledge hubs to connect youth across Botswana and the wider SADC region for information sharing and collective advocacy. Involve youth in monitoring and accountability mechanisms of national climate commitments, for example, the nationally determined contributions, the just energy transition partnerships, the sustainable development goals, etc. Build trust in institutions that are making decisions. One of the biggest challenges is the gap in documentation, so it is important to address this issue. That one is misplaced. Another challenge is the lack of innovation hubs, and there is a need to develop platforms that guide ideas of the youth, and the youth need to put themselves out there through social networks like TikTok, Instagram, X to find platforms and get involved. I think this was the comment about Eco Girl. Go down on the intergenerational dialogue. On this part, we talked about creating structured mentorship programs where elders, policymakers, and technical experts transfer knowledge to youth while learning from youth innovation and lived experiences. Use the traditional forums such as the Khotla alongside modern platforms to host dialogues, bridging generational perspectives on just transition pathways. Promote storytelling and cultural exchange as tools for knowledge transfer, ensuring indigenous knowledge informs sustainable transition strategies, such as using the art. Allow the youth into spaces with older generations by changing mindsets. We need to take the time to understand indigenous methods of dealing with issues instead of creating new ones. An example of an innovative idea from an elder person was to use a truck that delivers alcohol to deliver medicine to a struggling village. I know when this was said, it will be restructured properly. Ragopolang also highlighted the importance of leveraging the youth skills, such as that tech savviness and creating safety nets to support them in areas where knowledge cannot be directly passed down. He concluded that an intergenerational approach means building a sustainable future by embracing and combining the strengths of both the young and the old. On this part, also on the intergenerational dialogue and knowledge exchange, there is a need for dedicated spaces where youth can engage in intergenerational dialogues and express their views without fear of being shunned, especially given the cultural barriers to protest. These spaces are crucial for building trust between the generations. Go down. No, go up a little bit. Commitments part. The first line, yeah. These youth commitments, I didn't see any really real youth commitments today. There was a lot of suggestions, yes. And we talked about opportunities as well. But the people who really specified youth commitments is from the pre-conference webinars. So this will read exactly like yesterday, but I can just rush through it for the benefit of those who were not here yesterday. It was to commit to actively participate in shaping Botswana's transition through innovation, entrepreneurship, and civic engagement. Go down. To holding institutions accountable while building partnerships for inclusive development. To being ambassadors of intergenerational solidarity, ensuring that the transition honors both ancestral wisdom and future aspirations. And the youth need to be trusted to make decisions, fail, and learn from their mistakes. The other theme, the third one, was on green jobs and skills. So the following is what we extracted from the discussions. Guarantee youth quotas and targeted programs within national green job creation strategies. Ensure rural and marginalized youth have access to green job opportunities, bridging the urban-rural divide, expanding public-private partnerships to open pathways for youth employment in renewable energy, management and water recycling and conservation. Integrate green skills into technical and vocational education and training. Use green methods and resources, especially in agriculture, such as recycled water, manure, and green energy. European countries have recycling systems that incentivize people to return recyclables, which could be a model to implement in Botswana. Recycling facilities could create jobs and expand sectors and waste sorting, starting with pilot phases. Track carbon emissions, so businesses are responsible for offsetting their emissions. This is known as greenhouse gas accounting, and there was a resource that we shared yesterday. The introduction to green gas accounting for IT is a free course by Cisco. The national agriculture policy is an area where youth should be empowered to take charge in the agri-economy. The private sector can help create jobs and aid the just transition strategy. There is a need for a platform that consolidates information on climate initiatives, grants, and collaboration opportunities for young people. And social media platforms like TikTok and X. Social media platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and X are powerful tools. Youth can use these networks to find and join groups which are dedicated to climate action and youth empowerment. Some points will be repetitive, but the final statement will not have that repetition. Social enterprises allow young people to take their passion for sustainable issues and turn it into a business with a social mission. This is still under green jobs and skills. Under climate justice, this is what we extracted from the discussions we had. We should prioritize rural, indigenous, low-income, disabled, and LGBTQ+ youth in the transition policies and programs. The goal is for someone from a rural area like Ngai to be able to give their advice to the government, collect evidence and co-create solutions rather than playing the savior role. And we discussed in length what we meant by that yesterday. Do not discriminate in solutions that perpetuate historical stereotypes. Establish youth councils for climate justice and demand that climate finance prioritizes disadvantaged groups such as the smallholder farmers, informal workers, and climate migrants. Elevate traditional practices in adaptation and conservation, ensuring they are not exploited without consent or benefit sharing. This recognizes indigenous knowledge. The number one thing is engagement for the disenfranchised groups. They must be involved in their contributions as key finding solutions. Some of these things, especially in these codes, I really implore you to go to that link and then write down your thoughts because this document needs to be powerful and polished. We don't want to have words which are undefined, because how is in some quotation and what do we mean by that? They must be involved as their contributors to as are key to finding solutions. We talked about examples such as the green finance specialist who works with banks, investors, and government to direct finance towards sustainable, climate resilient projects that benefit marginalized communities. Also, the FAO is trying to curb the effects of a significant reduction in cattle numbers through green citizenship, which involves making cities more sustainable. For example, the Gaborone City Council has been approached to reduce open spaces to prevent criminal behavior aesthetic. Do you think that belongs under climate justice? Okay. It doesn't. Hey, Vern, approve the series. Yeah. We can't. We need more open spaces. Yeah. This is two different things, and they both don't fall under climate justice. We should scrap it to we need more. It should be separate to 80 points because they are talking about two different things. Okay, are you noting? Okay, so how should the first sentence read? But yeah, and we should connect it to just transition also. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my take is it's a bit misplaced because it doesn't really talk to the key thing we're trying to get at. And then I think for both of them, and again, if it was to be something that we present, the second one where it starts with, for example, there's just so much to derive from it which will negate the efforts. Yes, so I believe for me, my take is the idea it doesn't fall within this conversation. Yeah.
Okay, so we scrap the second one and then we clean up the first one. That's what we're saying? Both of them? Just transition. I think this was just a conversation that was being had, but it's not significant to the paper. Okay, so Rewalarere, it's not fitting into the theme, and it was an undefined discussion also. Okay, so it means we are going to be scrapping both of those points completely. Yeah, okay, download the PDF. That's why you don't see the live corrections. Yeah. And also there was discussions about financing the green transition. So the costs are a reality. It needs money because the shift towards renewable energy and other sustainable practices, it comes with significant costs. Funding is crucial. There is a need to identify and secure sources of funding to support this transition. Without a clear financial strategy, the move to a cleaner economy is not feasible. There was a slogan that more investment in green energy transition, a more habitable planet, your future is secured. It serves as a powerful summary. It positions the financial outlay not as an expense, but as a crucial investment in secure and sustainable future for the planet and its inhabitants. The government and private sector should create a structured framework for a just transition innovation fund or a similar grant program. This fund could specifically support youth-led startups and projects focused on renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and climate-resilient technologies. And also to establish a clear and agreed upon global financial framework for the just transition, specifically addressing where those funds will originate. Funding mechanisms for the just transition must be fair, accessible, and free of corruptive activities, including but not limited to fronting and insider trading. To facilitate, I don't know if you guys want to list more corruptive activities. The reason why we listed the fronting and the insider trading, because it's something we extracted from the conversation that Tinai and them was having. Because there was a talk of sometimes there's resources available, but only a few people have access to those resources, and some people pretend to be the people who those resources are targeted towards, the fronting part. And I don't know how you feel about giving examples. I don't know if we should make a full stop at corruptive activities or still include the part where it's saying included but not limited to fronting and insider trading. Okay. To facilitate the transition, a system of compensation for developing countries and grant funding for LDCs should be considered. This would help bridge the gap between those who benefit from current systems and those who bear the brunt of their effects. Down. There was a session yesterday by Mutusi. We extracted only things which were related to just transition. So he was talking about the Wikiverse Botswana through the that does the editing of the Wikipedia pages. It's an example of a platform that provides advancing the just transition by correcting misinformation and creating a reliable and local narrative. We highlighted two major opportunities from what he was saying, which is Botswana can combat misrepresentation and ensure that information about Botswana's just transition, including its unique challenges and solutions, is accurate, and the ability to upload those pictures to the wiki comms further enriches the content of the local visuals. And the process of contributing to Wikipedia includes going through a training and vetting process to help individuals build valuable soft skills and a professional digital footprint. This not only empowers them to become credible sources, but also enhances their future prospects. These are some of the challenges that we also, I would like to point out that we were not able to incorporate fully the sessions for after lunch because we were cleaning the document. So please note that as I'm reading this. So some of the challenges were that we identified were the fragmented actions in holding private sector polluters accountable. For example, the Global North may have mechanisms and negotiating power that we lack in the Global South. I think we meant the policies and also the negotiating power to negotiate with those private sector polluters. I know that Tinai made example of Coca-Cola and the arrangement they have with, I don't know which country she said, and then how the same is not happening in Botswana. Down. Yes. Yes. There have been identified negative effects of using renewable energy, such as the decommissioning of solar products. Solving energy problems and the green transition creates a different set of environmental and waste. They should be and waste management problems. Down. There are associated human rights violations in relation to critical minerals extraction. This mostly affects developing and least developed countries which are rich in minerals. Different groups have conflicting red lines. Developed countries continue using fossil fuels, while developing countries will not stop extracting without compensation. While the least developed countries are in debt and only accept grant funding, not loans. This was extracted from the COP simulation summary. NGOs argue that developed countries have a moral obligation to be held accountable for the climate crisis. This highlights a fundamental lack of trust and differing views on who is responsible for a just transition. A major challenge is identifying where the funding for a just transition will come from. Developing countries, which are the main emitters, want to avoid being held liable for the climate crisis, creating a stalemate with developing countries. Down.
An argument because the developed countries have they said they have no legal liabilities for us. Then the developing countries said, no, you don't have no moral obligation to tell us what to do.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that was the main point of the whole part of it.
Eh. I was deep into my NGO bag. Yeah. Okay, so how should we phrase it? Go up. How can we accurately capture it? NGOs argue that countries have a moral obligation. Should we remove moral and say developed countries have an obligation to be held accountable for the climate crisis? But then that's agreeable. That's why we should remove.
Ne ke re ha re ka argue ka morality gore what's right for you, what's right for me, we'll argue until tomorrow. But when now re bua ka human rights and go gataka ditshwanelo tsa yo mongwe, just the 5 basic, then they are obliged to answer. So gongwe ka lehela re obligation.
So should we re kgaoganye di-points tse ke tswe mo go this highlights re bue hela gore there are differing views on who's responsible for a just transition. Should I say funding a just transition? Ke di separate those points. Should I separate the points in there? NGOs argue that developed countries have an obligation to be held accountable for the climate crisis. Another point, there is a fundamental lack of trust and differing views on who is responsible for a just transition. Okay. A major challenge is determining where the funding for a just transition will come from. Developed countries, which are the main emitters, want to avoid being held liable for the climate crisis, creating a stalemate. We revealed a point there. Yeah, right? Yeah. Okay, recommendations. So with the recommendations, ha re compiler, ne re bona di recommendation tse e leng gore it sounds like things that we should ponder, the people in the room and whoever will read this. And then some of them need specify or get recommendation for who is it, the private sector or the government or the youth, right? So I'll start with the ones which seemed general, and if you feel like they should still remain general, let me know. If you feel like we can move it to the government, private sector or youth subsector, please do let me know. Because I was trying to move away from, putting responsibility on communities when structures are available. Okay, I guess I can make sense. But let me read. The first one was to define the just transition in the context of Botswana and how we want to look at it. So we extracted exactly what was being said by the people in the room. The floor defined it as moving from a high carbon to a low carbon economy. And then somebody emphasized the importance of including people from rural areas, especially the one that I mentioned before, is it Ngai, in government decision making. And Elson suggested transition into a rapid transport system to reduce the number of cars. He also highlights the use of GMOs. We purposely left this in, but it's very controversial because he did say this, but then is it something that we want in our statement? So we left it here so that we can agree if it's something that we want in our statement or not. Anybody who thinks we should leave it, say aye. If we should remove it, say aye. I should read it? Okay. So he was saying that we should transition to a rapid transport system. I get this one is about transport to reduce the number of cars, like maybe those trains and stuff. And then this is another one on the agriculture part. He highlighted the use of GMOs and solar energy in the agriculture sector to promote sustainable agriculture. He also sees a just transition as an inclusive process that leaves no one behind. So the solar energy part, it's fine, right? That just transition should be inclusive, it's fine. And the rapid transport system. Now the GMOs. No.
The reason why we say no, boy, is because right now we are advocating for in agriculture. We want to go back to what we the digital. So if in Botswana, I think when we are writing a proposal, kana honeana, do tse khadia re siamela. Me ano rona re ka sustaina yang re sa depending mo dilong tse le gore ke di import tse di tswang kwa tse re sa itse gore a di dirilwe kaeng. So it becomes controversial to say we leave GMO inside, then we reta kapere kore go tsetsa rona te bo renya di siame e ditamati tse di gologolo tse di sa itseng gore di tswa ka itse me hape ka ho ntse re ke tsone tse le gore ha o potela ka o bo re no kana these are the things that affect our health. So I think we have to remove it.
I think during the session he said something like the misconception about it, but I
I'm not a huge fan of the GMO thing because another thing as well is that here in Bots, you're not even allowed to grow GMOs, but the stuff we import is GMOs. And GMOs have been highly associated with the use of chemicals. They've been bred to withstand chemical use, like some weed killers. they they can kill a normal crop. So that's why they would promote you to then use a GMO so that it allows farmers to use chemicals, and that's actually what we're trying to avoid, because pesticides and other chemicals like glyphosate have been linked to multiple health complications like cancer and other chronic diseases as we get older. So I don't think we need to promote the use of GMOs.
Hello. I'm playing devil's advocate for this. Not saying I'm for it or against, but I'm just wondering. For example, some of the traits, such as making a plant use up less water, things that could potentially make it easier for farming to scale up. Are we taking that into consideration here, or are we only talking about the GMO side where there are negative long-term impacts? I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah.
Okay. So, do you think maybe we should take it away from the GMO conversation and then instead talk about
I mean, I'm not really against the potential use, but then the thing is, we already have indigenous varieties that have well adapted to the typical climate that we're in. Most of the time, these GMOs, they're not really bred per se. They're not really indigenous to us as well. We don't grow Swiss chard that is, GMO, that is indigenous. We don't use indigenous, but because we get by GMOs. So I think using indigenous varieties, investing in that since it already exists, is much more viable for us rather than to just buy GMOs from where we don't know.
how can we have that as a point? What you just said, how can we have it as a point under sustainable agriculture in the just transition? Because I think it's important.
Okay, but he ultimately covered what I wanted to point out. And then, but one other thing, I think, like my sister said, we should look at it from the perspective of innovative ways of, dealing with the agriculture sector. Because right now, the GMOs are not the only solution that is presented before us. We're looking at how well can we get the yields, because the most sold out idea about the GMOs is the yield that they bring and the circumstances that we have in terms of looking at the climate change effects. But I should think if we were to look at other means of agriculture, you look at your hydroponics, all the ponics that are there. Then you would get pretty much the same results, but using your original seeds. Yes, so that's my addition.
I don't know much about this topic, so I'm just gonna let you guys.
Na ne ke re ntshe, because even ha re bua ka genetically modified food, right now re na le crisis mo Botswana. People with chronic kidney disease, people with renal failure, ra oketsega like yearly, and our government is spending money per head he's spending around 27K per month for each person who and treatment in dialysis. These are the kinds of things that they contribute to our kidney injuries. It's a topic it's so heavy. It's already costing our government already. So let's not buy into it. Yeah.
When we're looking at seeds, there are different kinds. There's the GMOs, then you have your hybrid, then you have your OPs, which are open pollinated, and indigenous. Well, in terms of indigenous, we do have certain varieties, but ga di dintsi. Like most seeds, tsa ditamati, tota re di tsaya kwa ntle. So we can actually put hybrid instead of GMOs, because that's what we're using mo Botswana. We're using open pollinated and hybrids. That's my suggestion.
Okay. So since we said no for GMO, so we can say hybrid. But after saying that, how about his point that I was buying into, that we should say something about, is it the promoting of using indigenous variety of, yeah. And how can we tie that into the just transition?
Like I was saying, harena indigenous seeds tse dintsi mo Botswana. Like tamati yo ha gona indigenous tomato. There's no indigenous tomato. The ha gona. Tamati tsotlhe tse re di dirisang gompieno ke di hybrid kana di open pollination tse ile gore di tswa ko mahatsheng a mang.
So we leave it at hybrid.
So
Yeah.
it's a bit difficult ga re tsenya
Because I always want us to go back to the theme. Yes, that should be the.
Okay, I have a point to say. I would say that we'll speak against GMOs because we are talking about modifying of those crops genetically, which is linked to cancer, because cancer is the alteration of your DNA. So GMO is a no, but you were asking about what then do we, he was also asking what are we transitioning from. What we can say is to promote maybe other natural methods. There are natural methods which improve the farming and production of crops that we are doing right now. For example, grafting. I once visited an apple farm here in Botswana. What they are doing is they are doing what is called grafting. You know, where you take the natural one, the natural apple which is resistant to the climate here. Then they take another one which is a foreign one from Kenya. Then they graft it. So now they are creating a hybrid plant through, but this is a natural method. You are not dealing with, you are not altering the crop genetically. You are just dealing with it in a natural method. So there are many systematic methods, but that are natural, and that not involve you tampering with the seed, since genes or anything. Yes.
You got that? Yes, okay, I think we can move on. But you know what we're going to do? I hope that you left your details here because you are very integral in creating this final document. So the inputs that you are making here today, yeah, the inputs that you are making here today, we're going to put it in the document and then share it with you so that you can inform us like Riketlile. Normally it takes a very long time for us to get through this. So we're just rashi right now. Make it quick and then we can.
It's fine. Based on what he's saying, can it then read as he also highlights the use of organic farming methods and solar technologies in agriculture sector to promote sustainable agriculture? Is that okay? Not the agriculture body. Is that okay? To read as he also highlights the use of organic farming methods and solar technologies, etc.
Yes. Yeah. Safe. Okay. The second one was to identify coordinators and drivers of the just transition. This was a question asked by the deputy PS. And there were some inputs such as the Office of the President, the Department of Environmental Protection. Some people were suggesting ministers, the ministries such as the Ministry of Youth, private and energy sectors. But then also that us as the youth, I think somewhere down there it says that we're equally important in driving this. Who is using the powers to stop our thingy? Babatla wa lapeng. They shall not prosper. Okay, and then also, yeah, basically the ministries. Who else can we add here as a coordinator and driver of the just transition? Basiam, who should be the drivers and coordinators of the just transition? I see a lot of government there and a bit of private sector. Who else can we add?
I feel like maybe we also forgot to fact check because it turns out that Minister of Finance was somehow appointed as the national designated authority for something, and they're doing something now where they're ensuring that all ministries appoint global climate something liaison officers. So we need to fact check that so that we can also hold them accountable. Suggestions
that role which was mentioned, yeah, those people, those financiers, they specifically advocate for financing the green economy. Yes, we need those type of people. Yes, when you go to this the global climate fund meetings, Minister of Finance, and they know nothing about climate change. So yeah, it's one of the most.
I think the most important people we left out are the innovation centers, research centers, universities. Remember the argument, okay, the solution we're trying to find out about the GMOs. If we had research, it was going to be easy on what. So we need the people who should be on the forefront are the researchers. Yes.
And innovators. That word was being thrown out a lot yesterday. Okay, down. And then the changing our behaviors. The general public must adopt energy efficiency habits and alternative methods such as clean cooking. This was about what we do at home and leaving the lights on and things. There should be education and awareness raising campaigns about the reduction of energy consumption. There should be a drive for positive change and sustainable practices to achieve a just transition. The society has a moral imperative to speak up about issues that affect them and their country. This includes whistleblowing, cooperating in investigations, protesting bad practices, and communicating observations. Africa and the developing countries must collaborate to confront injustices faced by other countries, as our issues and challenges are interconnected, not unconnected. Interconnected. There should be a shift in mindset to speak out. Down, we talked about engaging experts. For us to have impactful dialogues and create powerful statements, we should engage experts in their different fields to lead and guide our discussions, thus creating a balance of inputs with activists, affected communities, and policymakers. Go down. We need to have formal systems to hold accountable those who have benefited and developed from the use of fossil fuels and industrialization. Recommendations for the private sector. Create a circular economy model as a core tenet of a just transition. For example, Femavita processes waste into useful products, transforming a problem into a benefit. The private sector should be a key partner in the just transition, not just a bystander. The speaker, Nele, I think Warabile, noted their surprise at the youth's focus in the private sector, which shows the youth are already thinking this way. And also, there is a point that we made there. Oh, it was Freddie. This was discussed from a biotechnological solution point of view that needs to be explored from an energy point of view. This is a point that we made, or we should consider thinking it from an energy point of view. His model promotes sustainable farming practices by offering natural inputs that allow the farmers to grow more, cost less, and restore soil. Go down. Businesses must incorporate ESG measures to create and meet their sustainability goals beyond the environment factor. That is considering the people impacted by their operations and aligning their business practices with national priorities. Go down. Sustainability reports should be prioritized just like financial reports, creating a system where businesses can provide evidence of their footprint, their contributions, and compliance to the just transition policies. For government, the recommendations are there should be a broader socio-economic context for a regional approach to the just transition, but we didn't define the how. A central theme is creating economic opportunity, particularly for small to medium-sized SMEs. Support youth participation in international climate forums like COP30. Of course, yeah, that is very important. Align national policies and ministerial mandates with the climate aspects of all 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. The government should approach a for the people, by the people approach and adopt a with the people model. This can be achieved through regular forums, dedicated youth councils, and formalized consultation on policies related to climate change, economy, and social development. Prioritize and find innovative and local solutions that address Botswana's specific challenges. The UNDP's Uniport, for example, initiative for the University of Botswana, and I think BUST, is a great example that can be leveraged. The government should formulate policies that encourage the adoption of sustainable practices, both for the general public and the private sector. This includes accountability measures for big businesses and major polluters. There should be public-private partnerships for low input and high impact initiatives. We didn't define those initiatives. Down. The major polluters, we're talking about your global north. The major polluters, as per the evidence that is shared, that will be the global north, and then the China one, it's controversial. I don't know if, yeah, it wasn't defined. But it should be defined. If this is going to be a powerful statement, it should be defined. Really?
Yeah. And that can finance. Yeah. Okay.
And then recommendations for the youth. Rahoflang talked a lot about mindset and personal development, and some other people as well. The youth themselves have the opportunity to challenge traditional views, particularly around gender roles in the fields of engineering. This one was very random. It implies embracing digital commerce and other ways of working. Young people should be proud of their accomplishment and not afraid to showcase them. The youth should be trusted to make decisions, even if they sometimes fail. This trust allows for youth a genuine learning process, which is an opportunity for personal and professional development. The youth should play a role in leading the just transition. They should be targeted actions to decision makers, using effective methods for finding solutions and getting their attention. Identify common goals and collaborate with the government for shared interest, but also hold our leaders accountable in order to make an effort of making change in policies. Targeted advocacy to ministries for the creation of a database of experts, youth groups, and activists in order for governments to have access to relevant profiles for climate action. We're almost at the end. Go down. Oh, so we are at the end. I think my only, I'm sorry, but I have to be honest about it. My only thing is, yesterday we didn't really talk about the just transition. But today we did actually talk about the just transition. So some of the things which were not related to the theme, I will have no choice but to remove them from the document. But I made a suggestion to Pato that maybe some of this is still very important. So maybe there can be a longer report that just reports on the conference, and then there can be the youth statement on just transition separately, so that it becomes a powerful document.
Boiwurogolotse yanong ka presentation ya gago e very powerful and very insightful. And for sorry bata go tsamaya. And for Barry Eming, from morning until now, thank you so much. Yeah, this was a very successful event. Okay. Brian a re o batla pampiri nngwe e nang le bo yellow, the QR code e nang le bo yellow. Yeah, LCOY. Okay. As we come to the end of day 2 of our LCOY, I want to take a moment to share some reflections. In the current state of our economy, we can no longer afford to remain passive. There is a saying that young people are not doing anything. Make it another same people that were at the forefront. By long, we want to push change. We want to change policies. So for that, we acknowledge young people in this room. And climate change is related to our daily lives. We want to venture into agriculture, but as if it's something khakala. These are conversations this room should be filled with farmers, people by that are doing everything related to climate change, because what they're facing every day. The challenges are born. And what are we doing individually? I am sort of like shaping my advocacy work now to relate climate to health. So Lu and I in your community, find what small interventions can you do in your community. And yeah, thank you very much for coming. To our sponsors and partners, thank you very much. To our speakers, delegates, participants, volunteers, and the organizing team. Nearly a group of 5 people. Organizing team. Nearly 5. Yeah, well, 5, and we pulled this together. So thank you so much, guys. Baba yang di stationing le pegeng ba bangwe ha gona di kombi sentle go Saturday. Thank you so much.
thank you for coming. Hey, thank you for coming. Yeah, thank you for coming. Yeah, thank you. LCOY, make some noise. LCOY, let's make some noise. LCOY, let's make some noise. Hey, hey. Hey, LCOY, make some noise. LCOY, let's make some noise. LCOY, let's make some noise, yeah. Hey, great picture. Yes. For green sports. We came second. Yes, sir. Hey, come on. Hey.